straits of Mackinac. 215-263-WMMR. We'll go to Chris and see if we get the answer. Hey, Chris, good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good, buddy. All right, Chris, the two Great Lakes that are connected by the Straits of Mackinac are?
Lake Huron and Lake Michigan.
You are correct. Hang on, buddy. Going to give you a pair of tickets as Four Walls presents the Always Sunny Podcast live Saturday, September 23rd at the Mann Center. Preston and Steve welcome the gang back to Philadelphia. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster. All right, let's get to some of these stories. This one's pretty intense. Kathy Griffin shared a difficult personal story on TikTok yesterday, or actually on Sunday, in response to Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis writing letters of support for their That 70s Show co-star Danny Masterson. Griffin got visibly emotional as she opened up, I didn't know about this, about trying to get her late brother, who was an alleged pedophile, arrested.
I had heard a little bit about that. I thought there was only a rumor, and then she verifies it.
Regarding Masterson, she said the notion that this guy was also convicted of drugging these women, that is such serious stuff that I don't really care that when they were working on That 70s Show that he was a good guy to work with. She went on to explain how difficult it is for sexual assault cases to even go to trial, as she recalled contacting authorities after learning that her own brother, Ken Griffin, molested two children at an apartment building where he was the super. She said, now this was my brother, so I don't want to hear about Ashton and Mila and Giovanni Ribisi and other people that feel that they had to stick up for Danny Masterson because he was their bro, he was their buddy. The actress said, the point is, blood was not thicker than water in my case. And if you know that somebody is committing sexual assault, you should do something if you can. My God, at least try. So I had no idea about that story about her brother.
Yeah. On the other side of the coin in this, I don't think anyone suggesting that Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher knew that Danny Masterson was a rapist, right?
No, but the issue is they just shouldn't have said anything.
Right, yeah.
You know, just stay quiet on it. They can be friends with him. They can support him, but they can. I know, but they don't have to say anything.
Right,
and that's the decision that they made. And so I understand the blowback against them. And I like both of those people, but they just should have shut up.
It comes after the conviction wherein lies the...
And if you couldn't have seen that coming, especially when he's found guilty, I mean, this is what they're dealing with now.
Yep. Kate Winslet shared how she mentally prepared to shoot nude scenes for her forthcoming movie, Lee, a biopic about photographer and photojournalist Lee Miller.
Not about Bruce Lee?
In a cover story for Vogue. Lee. Published on Monday. Miller photographed the events of World War II for Vogue, and she sometimes posed topless for other photos as well. So Kate said, I had to be really effing brave about letting my body be its softest version of itself and not hiding from that. She said, I know better than to waste precious energy on criticizing my physical self.
Some of the most powerful topless World War II pictures come from that era, Preston.
She said, I think any woman is better off just saying, I believe in myself. It doesn't matter what other people think. This is who I am. Let's get on with it.
Do you know that in the original Guadalcanal, the raising of the flag, the American flag, there was a topless woman there that they asked to step out?
Oh, I didn't know that. By the way, she's shown her boobs more times, and at this point,
tremendous amount.
Be whoever you are.
What was the movie where she was the case? It's one of your faves. God, where she's it's a younger man, and
Wonder Wheel.
Yeah, is that it? Yeah, right. And she's
in like what do you call it? That New York.
Coney Island.
Coney Island.
Yeah. Okay.
She's naked in that one too. I love her, and but hey, listen. I mean, she's older now, and her body is responding differently. Things lay differently.
That's okay though. She's a great actress, and she's always been an attractive woman.
Yeah.
After taking their romance public at a recent Beyonce concert in Los Angeles, Us Weekly reports that Kylie Jenner and Timothée Chalamet were spotted together at the U.S. Open in New York City on Sunday.
I'm so excited for this, Preston.
One photo shows the pair kissing with their arms around each other. And another photo shows the Kardashian star running her hands through the actor's hair. So they are doing full-on PDA, public displays of affection. So they're not holding back at all. Hey, Ken Jennings returned to host Jeopardy on Monday, kicking off the game show's 40th season. He will continue as the sole host of both the flagship show and Celebrity Jeopardy.
So these are regurgitated questions now, correct?
Yes.
Clues.
So the show has been on for so long that you'd be hard-pressed to find people who know that these were repeated questions.
Do you know what they were able to do, though? Though there was, and I don't know if you guys were watching, but there was a question that pertained to the Barbie movie, which would, now mind you, it could have occurred at the beginning of the year, you know?
Yeah.
So, but it was still it seemed fairly contemporary. But, yeah.
Former co-host Mayim Bialik stepped down from hosting at the end of season 39 in May out of solidarity with striking writers, making the syndicated game show the first affected by the strikes. And at the time, Jennings was called a scab for not walking out with Bialik, but his podcast co-host, John Roderick, assured the public that at the time, Jennings is a SAG member in good standing and that some fans had no idea how organized labor functions. A rep for SAG-AFTRA confirmed on Monday that since the quiz show is a network television code show, it is not part of the TV theatrical streaming contract and is not struck. The same exemption applies from the Actors Guild for Drew Barrymore, who announced plans to bring back her daytime show despite the strikes. However, the Writers Guild is not happy with the actress. Pickets started Monday outside of the studio where her talk show tapes. And in fact, there was a story that was apparently some members were picketing outside of the studios, and they handed out pins that read Writers Guild on strike to audience members as they entered the building. Two audience members told the outlet that they were asked to leave the taping of the show because one of them was wearing one of the pins inside the studio. So a couple, they were a little bit put off by that, I believe.
So the question is obviously she has writers on the show who are writing, so that's the issue, because that would be in direct violation of the strike, correct?
I guess.
I don't know how they're working this one.
And according to the Hollywood Reporter, daytime talk shows The Talk, The Jennifer Hudson Show, and Sherry are all following in Drew Barrymore's show's footsteps. All three shows are set to resume filming new episodes as the strike continues.
I need my talk.
Meanwhile, the Kelly Clarkson Show has not yet announced a return date for the 2023-2024 season as of yet, but some of these are getting underway.
The cool thing about The Talk is that if you watch it, you'll never have the desire to talk ever again in your life.
They do all the talking
robs
for you.
Of the will to live.
By the way, speaking of these talk shows, Whoopi Goldberg returned for the 27th season of The View on Monday after missing the premiere last week due to a case of COVID. Deadline reported that the ghost actress received a standing ovation upon returning and said, "I missed you too," to the audience.
Yeah, I watched, by the way, a little bit of the Stand, the new series, Preston, a little bit of it. And she's good in it, but I see what you mean about it. It just wasn't firing.
Yeah. And part of it was, if you didn't see it yet, The Stand, it's on Apple, I believe.
Paramount Plus.
Or is it on Paramount Plus? I didn't care for the Skarsgård, the guy playing Flag. He's not charismatic enough.
No, the original guy was really good.
I agree. All right, speaking of charismatic, and we didn't get a chance to play this yesterday, apparently Rocky met the Pope.
Yeah.
Sylvester Stallone met the Pope at the Vatican, and I've not listened to this as of yet. What was why? Any idea why he was there?
He was on vacation with his family in Italy, and brother Frank was with him. They had arranged to get a papal audience, and it was actually pretty cool. He was done up to the nines. He wasn't wearing a wife beater.
Right.
But, so here you go.
All right, this is Rocky talking to Popey. Here we go.
So good to meet you. This is my wife.
Good morning, Holy Father.
My daughters.
Daughters. This is my daughters.
Do you have daughters here in Italy?
Did he really just do that American thing where he slowed down?
Yeah,
He's
so he did it the whole
overpronouncing.
time. He did it the whole time.
Okay.
I love your white beanie.
Daughters.
Oh, my God.
Three.
Mary.
Thank you. And my brother Frank.
Morning, Scarlett.
And this is Frank.
Over here. Hey, Frank, you got any food?
This is the hanger-on.
My brother Frank.
Holy Father.
Well, thank you very much taking time of your busy days. We appreciate this very much.
I'm honored.
Oh, thank you. I'm honored too.
Siamo cresciuti con I vostri film. We grew up with your films.
Wow.
Ready? We box.
He said we grew up with your films in Brazil.
I love you in the stopper my mom will shoot. In our country, that is revered as the greatest film of all time.
That turns out to be his favorite. Oh,
At first,
She was a golden girl.
At first, when I looked, I thought Taylor Swift was standing next to him.
his daughter, yeah.
His wife.
Oh, it's his wife?
His wife. Yeah.
Jennifer Flavin.
And then I like zoomed in. I'm like, okay, she looks older, but she kind of looks like Taylor Swift.
This is Taylor Swift, and this is Cisco, and this is Drake. I don't know what they're doing here. They're muscling in on my time with the Pope.
Daughters.
Yeah, my daughters.
This is my hiney.
Hang on, I got to do that one more time. Hold on.
This is my wife,
Good morning, Holy Father.
my daughters.
Daughters.
In America, we call them daughters. What do you call them here in Italy?
It's just terrible.
Do we call him Holy Father? Is that
I think you would call the Pope Holy Father, would you not?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I remember when Cardinal Kroll did our my confirmation. I think we called him Your Eminence.
Right.
Your Holiness or Holy Father.
Okay.
I knew a guy who met him and he called him Papa.
Ah.
Yeah.
Really? Seriously?
Yeah. Seriously.
You see, I would like to serenade you now with Drinkenstein.
I think it was it's Italian, I guess. Saying Papa rather than
Involves
Father.
a mad scientist who creates a monster, and they referred to this, and he did not have a daughter, as Drinkenstein.
My daughters.
Oh my God.
This is my son's.
Papa is Pope in Italian.
Oh, it is. Okay, sorry.
I knew that.
Okay.
Oh, so it's not Papa Roach, it's Pope Roach.
Pope Roach.
Pope Roach.
Okay,
Exactly.
Cool.
Pizza
My
pie.
daughters.
Wait, real quick with the Papa thing. Is that the ghost reference, Papa Emeritus? Is that Pope?
I believe so.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
from a ghost,
Yes.
yeah.
Correct, yes.
Huh.
All right.
Daughters.
Daughters.
My daughters.
By the way, I have to make poo-poo. Is there a bathroom in here?
You know what's funny is when people overpronunciate, they end up mispronouncing.
I just
Daughters.
daughters.
Yeah.
But he was, it was very sweet as though he's clear. I mean, how could you not? I don't care. One of the greatest pieces of footage, I think, was Brian Gumbel and Jane Pauley when they were Pope John Paul. They were walking through the Vatican and they were doing some sort of coverage, and they did not. He was just walking out. I think he was on the way to the gym or whatever. But anyway, they encountered the Pope. Have you ever seen this footage, Preston? And they're like. And they could not believe it. I mean, it's you're talking about a tremendously important figure.
Yes. A
Yeah.
very, very influential figure for sure. So.
My daughter
Yeah. You're what?
daughter.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I didn't understand you.
All right, a couple of other stories. Ed Sheeran can officially add professional wedding crasher to his resume. In video posted to Sheeran's Instagram, he plays a yet-to-be released track for a couple getting ready to exchange vows at a Las Vegas wedding chapel.
I didn't grab the audio. Did you want to hear this? Because I didn't know if you were going to hit this.
If you want.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't have to have it. But,
yeah.
the clip kicks off with the couple revealed to be Jordan. Jordan and Carter Linfield holding each other's hands and preparing to say I do when Sheeran, with his acoustic guitar and a few backup singers, emerges to play Magical from his forthcoming album, Autumn Variations.
That's very cool.
So I guess they didn't know this was going to happen?
Apparently not.
Wow.
Are they fans of Ed Sheeran?
I don't know. Wouldn't that be wild if they didn't know who he was? I mean, not everybody knows who he is.
I would
He's
think
very successful, but,
in this kind of situation, do your people sort of
maybe
feel them out
check
a little bit so you don't end up with a bad moment?
Sheeran, sings on the chorus, this is how it feels to be in love. This is magical. This is magical. This is how it feels to be in love. This is magical. This is magical.
Oh, okay.
Scooby-Doo-Bop. Scooby-Doo-Bop.
Yeah, magic.
Yeah, magic.
Yeah, the astonished pair, after saying I do, asked for a photo of Sheeran, who signed their marriage certificate as a witness. So that was pretty nice.
I would love to. We had a destination wedding with not a lot of people, so it would probably be bizarre to have a celebrity crash.
Mm-hmm. But maybe they would bring their daughter with them. Yeah.
Daughter.
All right, and then I mentioned I would mention this. I did mention
You
it.
mentioned
already.
that you were going to
mention it. Now you're mentioning it.
You were mentioning
You said you were
Allow
gonna
myself to
mention
introduce myself. So get ready for a very Cher Christmas. The Believe singer confirmed that her first holiday album is on the way with a pair of recent Instagram posts. She wrote in one of them, "Are you spending Christmas with me?" And this was on Instagram. She captioned a holiday-appropriate picture of her standing on a massive snowball wearing an oversized white button-down shirt and wide-leg blue jeans with twinkling rhinestones with red and silver metallic ornaments floating in the air. And then she captioned the second...
That was Santa Claus.
Captioned the second teaser post sharing over the weekend, "Christmas ready? But I've got nothing to wear." And the photo featured Cher in a platinum blonde wig while wearing a metallic sequined floor-length gown.
All aboard the Polar Express.
With a frozen tundra as the backdrop.
So I mentioned,
Can you hear the bell?
there was a Collector's Corner episode on MeTV, and it was a Cher fanatic. And they had all these Bob Mackie costumes that she wore throughout the Sonny and Cher show, Preston.
Yeah.
I didn't realize she was so tiny. I mean, she's really small.
Thin, too, yeah. So it's a Cher Christmas album, she said. She said she was talking about, she didn't say when it's going to be released, but she said a little bit about it. And she said it's not your mother's Christmas album. She's really, really excited because there's millions of people on it. And I've never had duets. I've never had people on any of my records.
No duets with Sonny?
Well, that, and also apparently she did one with Peter Cetera that she doesn't really remember.
I completely forgot.
No plastic surgery.
She kept mum about exactly who will be featured on the album since the collaborations were a last-minute thing, she said, but did say the artist features are special. So we'll see when that comes out. All right, let's get to clips now. In 8 Found Dead, a relaxing desert getaway descends into mayhem and bloody murder. And in this clip, star Allie Trasher points out that behind the scenes, it was never about individual actors.
I'm going to put it out there. The cast, it was a whole variety of people, and it was never about that. It was just, we're all coming together out here in the desert, and weird things are happening.
Oh, shut up, woman.
8 Found Dead is in theaters now.
I watched the trailer for this over the weekend, and I bought it. I still have to watch it, but it looks pretty good.
All right, here's our next clip. Opa! The Portacales head to the homeland after their family patriarch Gus passed away. And in this clip, Andrea Martin talks about the reunion of the My Big Fat Greek Wedding cast.
To reunite with all my castmates, well, it was particularly dynamic because we all met in Greece. I mean, after all these years, to see everybody in our homeland and the movie's Homeland, that was pretty powerful and very emotional, actually, especially since Michael Constantine was not there.
I don't think I want to see it.
I love Andrea Martin. I know
She's
you
awesome.
love her too.
Oh my God! So I've gotten on an SCTV kick, the original series, Preston.
Yeah,
and they're all available on YouTube. There's a YouTube channel. That character used to do Edith Prickly. Do you remember that character?
What was her shtick?
She was like just a loudmouth, bawdy.
I'm sure I know
loud
it.
clothing. You know, but hilarious.
Yep. So My Big Fat Greek Wedding 3 is in theaters now, by the way. And there you go. Entertainment report for today. All right, we have a whole lot happening today. So let me give you a quick rundown of what's shaking if you just tuned in. So we do have Tattoos Day. So text for a tattoo to 39333. We'd like you to win that. We are going to be announcing the MMR Side Stage Live Band Karaoke Singers. We'll get to that close to 8 o'clock. We also have 3 guests on the program. Kyle Gass is stopping by today.
The great.
Yep.
Craig Gass, not Kyle Gass. It'd be great to have Kyle, but...
Sorry, thank you. I was thinking Tenacious D. Craig Gass will be on the program. He's going to be at Resorts Casino in AC Friday and Saturday. We also have Bertie Gregory, who is from Nat Geo, Disney Plus. Tomorrow is an event called Animals Up Close with Bertie Gregory. I said gory.
No, you're all good.
These names are
my
tough.
glasses, man.
Yeah.
All right, and Eddie Izzard will be on the show today as well. Now, with all of that, we also have tickets to the Eagles home opener to give away on Thursday. That is courtesy of Duncan. Here's what you do. Go to PrestonandSteve.com for details on how to enter and guess. We have a giant jar filled with coffee beans, Duncan coffee beans. If you come closest without going over to how many coffee beans are in there, you can win those tickets. If we have a draw, we're going to randomly draw from, or if we have a tie, we're going to randomly draw from the tie and give away those tickets.
Depending on how deep you want to go into this, you could find out the size of an average coffee bean and try to guesstimate the volume of the jar and work out a little bit of mathematics.
You do you. You do it how you want to do it. So all the pictures are available, and we're also going to try to put a live camera on the...
Yes.
It's on.
Is it on now?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can now see that live streaming on Preston and Steve's YouTube channel. So please check that out. All right, we have through the morning to enter it, but you enter it by going to PrestonandSteve.com. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in a second. A lot happening today. Stay with us, all right?
Preston and Steve. On 93.3 WMMR.
That way I can talk while you guys are chewing,
All right. And 3.
3.
1, 2, 3.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, you're not a fan? All right.
That's horrible. There's nothing appealing about that at all. Not in the slightest.
Well, maybe it was the mustard. Get different mustard.
No.
No?
No. It doesn't belong on watermelon. Kathy?
I do love mustard, though.
I don't mind
And
it.
I like watermelon.
I think it's two separate things that I like,
I
but
agree.
I don't have the reaction that you have that it was disgusting.
I think it has to be marketed as two great tastes that are horrible together.
There you go.
Wait, didn't your son make you like a peanut butter and tuna fish sandwich once because he knew that you liked both?
No, it was Gadzooks ice cream and shrimp. They were two of his favorite things, and he said they must taste great together. I let him learn that one on his own.
Oh, my God.
You know what? Okay, I'm going to bring this up because I don't know when I'll have another opportunity to do so, but Stevie sent me this.
Fancy boy.
You sent me this article about the best brownies in Philly.
Oh.
And it's essentially just a list, and it's huge.
There's about 50 of them.
It's way too big to go through.
We are in the best of times when it comes to brownies in Philadelphia.
Yeah, what I didn't know was how many places are known for their brownies. And there's a lot of them. So there's Cake Life Bake Shop, Second Daughter Baking Company, Franklin Fountain, Dolce, Crust Vegan Bakery, the Frosted Fox Cake Shop. What's that, Kath? What do you love?
Franklin Fountain.
Yeah, but you got to make sure you're either A, ready to wait in line, or B, get there at a time where there's not a line, because it's really popular. It's fantastic. It's so good. You guys ever been? It's right on...
I have not, no.
It's on Market, and it's great. It's really...
Is it a bakery?
It's like an ice cream shop, like an old-timey ice cream shop. Yeah, and so you go in, and they have really good ice cream and really good dessert treats. So it's worth it. It's just not cheap, and you got to wait.
Nick, a friend of mine did her wedding pictures there.
Oh, yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, it's cute.
It's a cool spot.
All right. Cookie or brownie?
Cookie.
Oh.
Man.
I used to be brownie, but I feel like now I would do a cookie.
Okay.
I'd do a cookie.
If I saw them sitting out, I would go for a brownie anytime.
Yeah?
Really? Yeah.
I think I might go brownie.
Wow. Okay.
Because I do the chocolate chip cookie is my favorite. However, a well-made brownie. Also there's a company that actually of the companies that do mail order brownies. Fairy Tale Brownies is a great company. If you've ever used them, they have their top level brownies. But yeah, that's neck and neck. Brownies are sensational.
Brownie or cupcake?
Brownie.
Yeah, I'd go with brownie. For your cupcake?
Cupcake.
Okay.
The thing with the brownies, though, I feel like, and I don't know if it's like as I age, my sense of taste gets even more sensitive. I don't know. But like, I feel like if it's not super well made, I can taste like the mix.
Really?
Instead of,
See, after you get a hysterectomy, that goes away.
Stop. I hate you.
I remember seeing the history of brownies and why they were created. And it was, I forgot the name of the place, but it was so that people could, I think, take them to the beach or something like that.
Seriously?
And so the brownie has a thicker consistency than a piece of cake. Like the cake would be too crumbly and fall apart.
It's more cohesive.
And yeah, so there's a little more goo to it, in case if you want to have fun with that.
Goo.
It's I need that sound clip from Billy Madison. Yeah, when he notices a kid peed his pants.
The thing about a brownie for me is that the cookie is a little more pedestrian, right? Like a cookie is sort of an everyday dessert, whereas the brownie
All
is...
right, fancy boy.
Right? Yeah, I feel like a little bit of a fancy boy.
You're too good for Billy.
A fancy Nancy, if you will. When a brownie shows up, I'm like, look at that little treat.
Look at Nick with his little waistcoat.
Thank you.
No, I understand that. I think though that they're easy to make. Brownies,
right?
Brownies are easy to make. Brownies are super easy to make. They're just as easy as cookies. I'm standing firm on this. Cookies are far superior than brownies.
Far superior?
Far superior.
Oh,
and
man.
there's a reason why there's more of them, and it's more because they're better. They're just better. And it's not. Hey, it's not to say that brownies aren't good. They're good. They're just not as good as cookies.
I think they need more of them to make up for the fact that they're not as good as brownies. They say, hey, we have diluted the market with this product, and we're going to try to catch up to the brownie, the brownie people.
I think the tough part about, and the reason there are more cookies is because, and if you're talking like when you go to the grocery store, cookies are more rigid. They're easier to package. You can put more of them together.
Yes.
Brownies can kind of. There's a shelf life on them. Some cookies can last for a while.
Brownies don't
Chips
have
Ahoy.
that luxury.
No.
And even if you do the brownie bites, which I think are sensational, brownie bites do have that preservative taste to them.
Let me ask you a question. Why do brownies have to be as thick as they are? You can kind of cut them in half first, right? Before you cut them into their little squares and stuff like that. You could essentially cut the tops and the bottoms
like a piece of brownie cake.
Yeah.
You can do whatever you want with your damn brownie.
Yeah. I don't know. Make thinner brownies.
Yeah.
At your home when you make them.
Yeah, our brownies are usually pretty thin anyway.
Yeah, okay. You okay? You all right?
I'm fine.
Everything good?
You guys, Steve.
What?
You cut me deep here, man.
How did I cut you deep?
Because you went with brownies over cookies, and I thought I knew
He feels betrayed.
I thought I knew.
I love chocolate chip cookies, but if I have if there is a listen, they're right neck and neck, but I do love a damn good brownie. But chocolate chip, they're
It's like Godfather 1 or 2, Steve.
Yeah, it changes from time.
Goes from time to time.
Absolutely.
You lean one way or the other.
All right.
Goo! All right.
There it is.
Now he's got it.
I got it.
There's more goo in a brownie. All right. By the way, Steve, this list of brownie places, what's the
I was
source?
in the Inquirer.
The Inquirer.
Yeah.
Okay. So
The
you can
Inky.
You can go on and find a list of great brownies, if you will, if you check the Inquirer's website. All right. What?
What?
Okay.
Oh, no.
Let me go to Mario. I was going to wrap up there. Hey, Mario. Good morning.
Oh, he put on his glasses. He can't see without.
Exactly.
What's up, dude? Casey wanted me to talk to you.
Hey, I really appreciate it. Hey, cookies are way far superior than brownies. You can eat so many more of them. There's different kinds of textures. There's only so many things you can put in a brownie.
You don't need to. It's perfect.
I'll tell you what the deal is, Mario. It's when you see a plate of freshly made brownies and freshly made cookies, you know you're more likely to encounter freshly made chocolate chip cookies. At least I am. But a brownie is like, oh, we don't get brownies a lot.
Yeah,
I'm going to go for that first.
Look what showed up.
Right.
Yeah.
I will
there we
agree
go.
with that. I would agree that it will be like a special little treat. But I will also say that if there's a freshly made plate of cookies or brownies in front of me, I'm going for them cookies first.
So I'm going for the brownies because I don't know when I'll get another shot at those brownies.
That's right.
That makes sense.
Carpe diem, man.
Carpe diem.
I
Yeah.
appreciate you coming to the phone call. I just want to say I'm a cookie lover.
All right,
Mario.
I mean, you can enhance a
You're not
brownie
alone.
by putting a cookie in it. You can enhance a cookie by putting a brownie in it.
No, you absolutely can.
No,
I've had brownie cookies.
Yeah.
I don't even
no,
know
you've
what
had
that
cookie
means.
brownies.
Putting a brownie in a cookie?
Yeah, you don't do that.
But I've never heard of putting a cookie in a brownie.
You've never heard of a blondie, bro?
No. Well, you know what? I have heard of a blondie. I just didn't know what that was.
It's a cookie brownie.
Okay. It's cookie brownie. A man who purchased Gwyneth Paltrow's viral "This Smells Like My Vagina" candle from Goop says it exploded, and he's filing a class action lawsuit.
Candles do sometimes explode. You've had stories about that, right? Have you ever had one explode, Kathy? Or at least I had one like pop and melt immediately.
Oh, okay. So no, I've seen you. No, I don't burn candles in my house. But I've seen it burn all the way to the bottom, and there's just a little bit. It's just liquid at that point, and then it shatters the glass.
Okay. Well, this splattered vagina all over the walls.
Vagina fight to the morning masters. Vagina falling, crashing. Vagina falling to the ground.
Oh, they had a reporter on the scene.
Vagina catastrophes I've ever seen. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I can't compose myself. There's vagina everywhere. People trapped into huge labia. It's disgusting and a mess. It looks like deli meat strewn across the field here in Vegas, New Jersey.
Hair all over the place, and
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, there we go. My effects. There we go, sir. I can't. My effects. I'm so distraught.
You've been pulled into a time continuum.
I don't know what's. Oh my God.
Wouldn't it be great if field reporters did have a battery of effects?
Yeah.
We should encourage that.
Sad time here out on the street.
Yeah. So according to legal documents obtained by the site.
And the vagina's not quite to the morning mast. Oh my God, it exploded, it's burning, it's crashing, falling to the ground, falling. People jumping out. They're actually climbing down pubic hair to get down to the ground.
How big is this?
It's the largest one in the world at that time.
Yeah. And the majestic vagina coming over the New York skyline.
Uh-oh.
Oh my God!
It's burst into flames.
Oh my God, it burst into flames. Huge vagina on fire, maliciously falling, crawling, crashing to the ground. People jumping out, hanging off the pubic hair. Somebody is jumping. Oh, fortunately, a piece of the labia is falling down and slipping as a mat as people jump down. They're falling onto the mat.
There's one large rope hanging out of it, actually. Yeah.
So thankfully, a matted pubic hair is slipping as a rope ladder for those trying to escape the fire.
Oh, my God. All right, so Colby Watson says that he purchased the 10.5 ounce vagina candle online in January. He claims he lit the candle for the first.
Is it possible that he lit the wrong side? That he lit the butt side?
I don't know. The first time, turn it around.
Oh, yeah.
It's a little joke, right?
Yeah, well, the methane is back there.
He claims he lit the candle for the first time the next month. All right, so I've seen a new ad on social media for this erectile dysfunction.
The one that delivers to your home?
It's like it's you put it on your unit.
No.
Have you seen this thing?
No. What are you taping a pencil to your dong?
No, dude, not a pencil. It looks like almost like this horseshoe-shaped thing that comes almost to a close at the end. I have not really watched the commercial, but it appears to be like a C-ring that you put on.
When you said that, that's what I was thinking.
Right?
Yeah. So that the way strippers at like Chippendales will puff themselves up with.
Right, and then tie it off essentially.
Yeah.
So I think that's what this is. If
I'm Wilford Brimley for the Wilford Brimley C-ring.
No matter what size the good Lord gave you, the C-ring is adaptable.
If
you order right now, we'll throw in a bamboo steamer.
If anyone has seen this and has watched the ad and wants to comment or bring me up to speed on that, please give us a call, 215-263-WMMR, because...
Did you hear that Jerry died? I'm so sorry. What happened? He was trying some sort of new C-ring and he hemorrhaged.
Nick is pulling up...
Is this it?
No, that's not it.
No.
That looks like one of those things you throw against the wall and crawls down. What do they call those things?
The creepy crawlies? Wall crawl?
It's got little...
Wally crawlies?
It's Steve, it looks like it's got
Is that a C-ring for
French
that?
ticklers on it.
In case you're banging against the wall?
No, it was really weird.
I don't doubt it. I've seen a lot of...
Why are you targeting me with this? Why is this advertising heading to me? What's that all about?
Well, it's like when your mail from the local like funeral parlors and cemeteries is addressed to you by name.
Here it is, Nick.
Eddie?
Eddie.
ED has become Eddie.
I get it.
Meet Eddie, the wearable device aiming to optimize, your situation. So see what I mean? That it's shaped kind of like a horseshoe?
Yeah.
And I guess
I'd like to play horseshoes with that.
I guess you're supposed to get yourself excited and then strap that thing on. I have no idea.
So you're tying off so that you're...
That's what it seems like to me, Steve.
That's what a C-ring's purpose is.
Does it...
It's not to get engaged.
Here you go. I'll read the information. Eddie is the first of its kind wearable FDA Class 2 erectile dysfunction device. Manufacturer Giddy maintains that its unique ergonomic design improves upon current devices by working with the natural physiology of a unit where... it's so funny.
You have to paraphrase.
It's so funny I can't say erection.
Yeah.
Where rings and constriction devices can actually work against it.
I swear by it, says B. Arthur.
It says here, Chloe Kent takes a closer look at how Eddie works and asks if it's truly an improvement upon the market's current state of affairs.
Preston, $298 for a 2-pack on Amazon.
What? Seriously?
No.
Look, $298 for a 2-pack. 2-pack.
Medicals.
Maybe they should get into it.
How do they charge you so much?
Eddie by Giddy.
Yeah.
Device for dysfunction proven effective. No pills, comfortable design, medical grade construction. Well, you need that.
All right.
Does it, all right, hang on.
You have to nail it on.
Well, no. Is it a one-time use only, or
That's what I don't know.
No.
If it was $298, there's no way, dude.
Does it say washable anywhere?
That has to be if you've multiple use. That's the kind of thing you can go halvesies on, Nick.
From the Red Hot Chili Peppers, please welcome Mr. Chad Smith.
Yeah.
To the show. Good morning, Chad. There we go.
Yeah, just people in there just hired just to clap loudly.
That's what I do.
That's it. Yeah.
That's us. Yeah.
Gotta have
that's my
clappers,
gig.
man. Yep.
How do I get that gig?
Hey, Chad, I wanted to ask you, man. Nick, would you do me a favor? Can you grab the coffee bean jar and hold it up to the camera next to your head so people can get an idea of size-wise what we're talking about here?
Yeah.
So here's what we've done. We have taken a whole bunch of Dunkin' coffee beans. We have placed them in this gigantic mason jar, or I guess it's not really a mason jar, but
what would you call that kind of jar?
I forgot what the airtight sealing jar.
It says Yorkshire on the side of it.
It's a Yorkshire jar.
Yeah.
Anyhow, you have to guess how many beans are in that without going over, and the person closest to will win the tickets. If we have a tie, if we have the people that get the closest, they have the exact same number, we will draw randomly the winner for it. And here's how you enter your guess. You go to PrestonandSteve.com, and all the details are right there, including pictures of
Yes.
this.
So you can kind of look at it.
If you can't see it on our stream, you can go to PrestonandSteve.com. You'll be able to see that there. So, Nick, she wants you to lower
I'm
way
not
down.
doing it right.
There you go. That's way better. We can see it much, much better.
Yeah.
Now, if you remember, if you go back into the show's history, we did at one time fill Nick's skull with coffee beans.
Right.
Yes. So if you can get that amount.
Yep.
I'll stay there, Nick.
All right.
Yeah.
So keep in mind, Eagles fans, every Monday through December 25th, Dunkin's Rewards members can get a free medium hot or iced coffee with a purchase. Limited one per member per Monday. Exclusions, additional charges and terms may apply. Participation may vary. Limited time offer. So we're doing that through the course of the program today. So it's all done online. So go over there to PrestonandSteve.com. You have a chance to win tickets to the home opener.
There's something very Mayberry about this approach. I love this kind of thing. It's
Old
like
school.
a flashback, old school.
Agreed. Thank you to Duncan for the coffee. All right, so interesting article came out the other day. Steve had sent this over to me, and I've seen a little bit bandied about this, and it's about essentially the social interaction that you have with people in retail, and more specifically, baby boomers.
Yeah.
And the silent generation are saying that supermarket self-checkouts are actually increasing loneliness and wiping out one of their last remaining social interactions.
So baby boomers are experiencing this more. However, like Gen Zers are gravitating towards self-checkout, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes. So here's an example. 83-year-old Marlis Myers, when she lost her husband, it was her local Albertsons cashier who provided solace. Workers like Sharon Helcher are determined to maintain that special bond with the elderly, as even as almost half of checkout lanes in the U.S. are now automated. So for this woman, going to that person at her local store is important to have that little relationship. And in fact, it delves into a little bit about that being an important part of
society,
people in general.
Yeah, people crave that interaction. And we were deprived of it for a couple of years, at least on a broader scale. And that may be, I know throughout my life when I've had, just like at Dunkin', when I worked at Dunkin' Donuts, there were like a couple of old people that came in. You knew that was their interaction for the day. That was it.
Yep.
And they loved it. It provided them, the human touch, and it was something that meant a lot to them. And they were very sort of familial with the people behind the counter. It meant a lot.
For years, and I haven't done it in a while, I would stop off at Wawa on the way into work.
Right.
Every day. And I quit doing it a few years ago. I found it a little more convenient to make my coffee at home and have my stuff ready to go. And I would just save a handful of minutes so I could get here and get some extra work done. But for years and years and years, I would stop by Wawa every single morning on the way into work. And it was the same people I saw all the time. That handful of, overnight workers working
The
in the morning.
radio stars here.
But no, you got to know them. And through the years, all of a sudden, you'd be like, hey, where'd so-and-so go? And then they were gone. They moved on to something else.
My man Nate wasn't at the Wawa this morning. I was a little upset. Yeah.
You always talk about Nate.
Nate's my man. Nate and Melissa. And I see them. So Melissa's the second half of the week. Nate's the first half of the week. And Nate wasn't there on a Tuesday. And Steve, it threw me off a little bit.
Yeah, let me tell you, the 7-Eleven in Roxborough. I would go in, and there used to be a woman. Now this is years ago, but I'd go in fairly consistently, and she was called Mom, and they hired her specifically to sort of, take care of the coffee area, and then she wasn't there. And she passed.
Oh,
no. Yeah.
I hope Nate's okay. Real quick, I consider it a successful morning if I can get Nate to smile, because he's not always the happiest in the
Not
morning.
a smiler?
No, and but so when I
Nate, how many coffee beans do you think would fit in my head?
When I tried to trick him last week into thinking that I was a teacher, I got him to crack a smile. And it made me feel good about myself.
You said you were a teacher.
Yeah, but they
so
got
you
free
get the
coffee.
He asked, right? He thought you were a teacher. He thought you were a teacher.
I always look for Deb at Target
There you go.
because she is, and whether she is doing the actual checkout counter or sometimes she sits at the self checkout and they kind of have somebody like directing people to make sure they keep that line moving. But no matter where she is, I try to find her and use her line.
So let me ask you guys: if you're in a place and you have the option of a self checkout as opposed to a manned checkout area, which do you default to?
Depends. So if I'm at a grocery store, I will do the manned one because sometimes I'll have some things from produce and I don't want to go through the process of entering in the produce number and weighing it and all that stuff, because sometimes I can't freaking see the damn number on the sticker.
Nothing on here.
So I will do that. But if I'm at a pharmacy or something like that and they have a self-checkout,
I can't read it. There's no words on it.
I will generally go for that.
Okay.
Steve,
it depends.
I love packing my own groceries because sometimes they don't put them in the right bags because there should be certain things in certain bags.
Right.
Even at Target, certain things that go, they're not going to know these bags go upstairs at my house. So those bags need to be contained.
Even at Target.
Absolutely.
When at the grocery store, though, I'm very particular on how I put things on the belt.
Oh, yeah.
Like all produce
Same.
goes
Yes.
together.
Correct.
All cold things go together. All meat goes together. All that stuff.
You
I
know
do
me.
that. And the bread is last.
I square off everything. Everything's at angles.
No, I don't do that.
I go crazy, for that sort of stuff. However, I'm probably buying less than you guys are at the supermarket, right? So I'm just running in and out. So I always use the self-checkout. Unless the missus asks for a bottle of wine or something, then you can't self-checkout.
And you know what, too? It depends on how much stuff you have. Because if I do have, a really large order, I prefer to go to somebody and I will help them bag it.
Do you like that? Yeah. You like that interaction? Or do you chat it up a little bit with Deb?
Well, yeah.
Was invite her out to lunch?
Yes, Deb and I definitely chat it up. She likes when the kids come to Target, too. So, if Jace is there, she'll chat it up with him.
So when you guys show up and there's somebody sitting behind the counter, there's a Rite Aid that I go to on the weekends when I'm heading over to work out, and it's a really nice Rite Aid, and it's on Lancaster, and there's a guy who sits there behind the register, but I do the self-checkout, but a lot of times I'm I feel guilty going to the self-checkout, because if I have a couple items,
he's bored.
He's bored.
You want to say hi?
Sometimes I'll just go and let him check it out because he's a nice guy. I say hi to him all the time. Should I feel that way? It's a good gesture, right?
I agree, yeah. Especially if the store's empty.
Yeah. And and the onus is on you to sort of hey, how you doing?
Or you could be over the self-checkout aisle and just turn to them and go, don't look at me.
Yeah.
Hey, don't look at me right now.
I don't like you.
By the way, this is interesting. These relationships are referred to as weak ties. Often treasured yet require minimal personal investment, and they are, according to this one professor and several others, are a vital part of mental well-being the older you get. It's according to Tony Antonucci, a professor of psychology at the University of Michigan. He said it's somebody who makes you feel important in their world, somebody who makes you feel human. But the push towards achieving tasks with just a few touches of a screen threatens to drive a wedge between a customer and a clerk. For some, however, it's one of the rare moments in a day they get to have a meaningful interaction with someone else. While most supermarkets have a mix of in-person assistants and self-service cashiers, and their unions hold concerns about the push toward automation, as do their customers. I do think about that when I see all those self-checkouts. I'm man, those are people that could be working.
And that's so when it feels right to me, like at Wawa when I'm checking out and there's a line of 11 people and they're sort of in the weeds trying to get all those people processed. I always go to the self-checkout. It seems to be okay. That's right. I'm in and out. I won't be a problem.
By the way, there's a store chain in the Netherlands called Jumbo. and they are trying to do something to help out these people. They offer a slow-moving lane.
I'd heard about this.
For older shoppers
Yeah.
who might like to have a friendly chat as they are checking out.
I help you?
I don't think they talk like that. They say daughters. These are my daughters.
Where's the checkout for my
daughters?
That's Stallone talking to the Pope if you missed it earlier. Hold on, I'm going to go to Joel on the phones. Hi, Joel. Good morning.
Is there some of the, just improv that you have been come to known as?
Oh, my God.
Well done.
That was spot on. Well done, Joel. What's up, bud?
So, like, it was just it was like maybe a decade ago.
Yeah.
I remember going to Wawa every day, and there was 3 old dudes who just, that was their thing. They just hung out front and drank coffee. And this is like 10 years later, and I'm still going, I want that in my life. I really want to just be able to hang out with somebody in front of a
No, it makes perfect sense. I think, and that's what this article deals with. Is that so? Are you trading in those little micro interactions with people that mean something? To push buttons on a screen, and what do you lose in that trade off? So I hear what you're saying. Yeah.
Nice. All right, thanks, Joel. And what I'm curious about is, so this is from the customer's perspective. I'm curious what it's like for the cashier's perspective.
Like with my Rite Aid guy, is he glad that I go to the checkout
or not?
Or is he pissed off and like, what's wrong with me?
And
why don't you like me?
We see these people as I know Nate as Nick was saying, but Nate probably sees hundreds of people throughout the course of the
this
day.
Freaking guy Nick, thinks, like, oh my God, Nick's here! Like I'm suddenly lighting up. I knew he wasn't a teacher.
I wonder if they like those relationships too or not.
Yeah, he's talking about me after I leave.
Jeez, and the head on this guy.
You know what?
It's like he's on like a parade float.
I've certainly have referenced this before, but one of my first jobs was at McDonald's, and I learned customer interaction. And the first real job that I liked at McDonald's was working the drive-thru, and you had to learn how to be a bit of a server. And yes, it's McDonald's, it's fast food, and you're not like at a nice restaurant or whatever.
Did they actually teach you?
You absolutely,
Okay.
Steve. And there are people who aren't good at it, and they'll move them to another position in the restaurant. So I liked learning how to do drive-thru, and I liked interacting with customers that way.
Dahmer, you're in the back.
Yeah.
No, but that does. We've all said it countless times to any business, anybody starting a business. You put someone who is vivacious and someone who has those skills,
or at least
at a
just
register
engaging.
or interaction or engaging.
Yeah.
You're going to do more business.
Oh yeah.
We all go to places. Specifically, Kathy, who's it over at Target? It's
Deb.
Deb. Right. So there you go.
Deb.
Yeah, we recently went to, we had never been to before, I think it was the Limerick Diner in Limerick, PA, and the people were so nice and engaging, and it made you feel, we were immediately, we're like, well, the food was good, but we're going to go back because everybody was so nice there.
It does make a difference.
Casey, I'm surprised you haven't spoken up much in this conversation.
I'm
because
just listening. It's a great conversation.
I've never met anyone who is more cordial and open to retail, anybody working retail at the cashier, at point of purchase, whatever it may be. You always make sure to say their name if they have a name tag on. You engage in conversation with them. So these interactions are important to you, it seems like.
Yeah, but I think more so on the giving end than the receiving end. For me, it's not necessarily about.
You're exuding it.
Yeah. Because these people, like you were saying earlier, Press, they interact with
You want to walk away and know that they're saying that guy's much better than Nick.
No, but they interact with so many people on a daily basis, and I don't know if their interaction before me or after me was pleasant or not. So the best I can do, I can just,
I agree.
Yeah.
I tried to. I had somebody at a supermarket, and it was I went to one I could not normally go to. My favorite, of course, being Acme, but I just was near this one, and I went in, and it reestablished why I stay with my own. But the guy was just like a cold fish. I'm like, I just went in to pick up, I think it was water. And I mean, this look like he just came out of the prison, the French penal colony in Guyana, Preston. This haggard sort of hello. I'm like, I'm looking for human response. I'm like, and I finally had to say something. Is anything okay? Is anything wrong? Is something bad happening here? What's going on?
How did he respond?
Nothing. Just it didn't register.
On the flip side of that, Steve, I've never, ever had bad customer service. I've always gotten great customer service at REI. I will go to REI specifically in King of Prussia because every time I want to be friends with those people. They're so nice. They're so helpful. They'll give you personal experience, stuff that they've been through.
You'd probably pay a little bit more.
I will
for that,
absolutely pay more because you know you're going to get good service. And if there's something that's gone wrong with your product or they have a recommendation for something you didn't think of, it keeps me coming back.
Let me go to, I
went for tennis balls and came back with skates.
Dan on the line. Hey, Dan, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How you guys doing?
Good. What's up, bud?
So I just remember when I worked in the supermarket, a lot of lonely hearts would come through your registers, pick a person, and they would always come through their lines just like talking about their lives, to you.
All right, fess up, Dan. How many of them did you nail?
One, and I'm still married to her.
But Dan, were they?
I hear that. Yeah.
You just felt that they didn't have anybody really to talk to, and they just needed someone to converse with.
I just think it's the way you talk to them, and they saw that, and they connected with that.
No, it's absolutely the case. Again, at the beginning of this whole segment, in the article, they talk about that could be for that person that one moment of interaction in their day, and they look forward to it, and so they're going to want to, engage a little bit more. So it makes perfect sense to me.
Thanks, Dan. Appreciate it. My buddy worked at a grocery store. He nailed all kinds of women.
Yeah,
is that right?
Was he a bag boy?
Was he a bad boy?
Bag boy. It makes you feel so good.
No, he was a cashier.
Oh,
good-looking guy, though,
so
right?
the word was that the bag boy could take the bags out, bag, and then take them out to the car with the perspective
of getting some in the parking lot.
Yeah, that would be that, right? Wasn't that the reputation?
No. You're just going to bang somebody out in their car?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
Let me go to Megan. Hey, Megan, good morning.
Good morning,
Good morning to see you, Megan. What's up?
So when I was in high school, my mom and I used to stop at the same Dunkin' Donuts every morning to get her a cup of coffee and to get me a donut. And we had swine flu when that was a huge thing.
When it was all the rage.
Yeah, worst week of my life, honestly. But when we got better and we came back, I went into the Dunkin' Donuts. The cashier grabbed my hand and said, "Oh my God, where have you been? I've been so worried."
Aww.
I said, "I got sick." She said,
And then she let go of your hand.
Yeah, ew.
What did you have?
"Oh my God." But she was like, "You're always so nice to me. I can't believe I didn't see you for a week. I got so worried."
That has to mean something. I mean, that makes you feel good, Yeah. So, and those interactions are what we're talking about.
Yep. Thanks, Megan. Appreciate it.
I'm waiting for the sideshow announcement. I was an auditioner.
We'll have it up in just a few minutes. So hang in there, Megan. We'll see how you do. It's interesting because I wonder if these relationships, sometimes there's like a teacher-student relationship where sometimes the student will want to have more interaction. I'm not talking about sexual or anything like that, but I would like to be friends with you.
In a sexual way.
Not in a sexual way.
He said not in a
But the teacher has to have boundaries and go,
Right.
not really.
Nothing but sex.
Nothing but sex.
Oh, my God.
But I wonder if that exists amongst in this relationship as well, too, where you meet these you see them regularly and you're like, hey, we should hang out sometime. And then they think, I like you, but I really don't want to hang out with you.
We
You know
have
what I mean?
talked about these customer service provider interactions. And I think the conversation about the getting your hair cut, or that there is the potential for feelings that exceed the normal client, service provider relationship. So that it's just a natural sort of thing. I'm sure people step over the bounds.
Sure. We will go next to Rebecca. Hi, Rebecca. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Sorry to bother you at work.
Nah, what's up, Rebecca?
So I used to be a cashier at a Walmart in a small town, and I would have old people. It was always older people that would come through my line, even if it was really long, to introduce me to their grandkids and their friends. And it was really nice. I really ate it up.
This is my daughter. I live along a river.
My daughters?
So how long were you doing that, Rebecca?
I did that about a year.
Oh, really? And over just that course of time?
This is my brother Frank.
Yeah, it helps that it was a small town.
Okay.
So is an elderly woman behind the counter in a small town, or?
Yeah.
No. So I'm young. I was probably in my 20s, and it was older people that would come up to me, which I think that was part of why they liked.
No, that's sweet.
I was younger.
Yeah, I mean, were you at that point? Were you able to appreciate and be flattered by that, or is it only looking back that you realize it?
Oh no, I loved it.
Oh, cool.
All right. It made my shifts go faster. But also, when I was in high school, I worked at a kind of like an academy or a sporting goods store. And I had a French guy come up to me wanting to buy a Speedo and then offered to take me to France with him.
Oh, there you go.
How was the
there
trip?
you go.
Crossed
Yeah.
the line.
Oh, you said no?
No, she went.
Oh.
Can I bring a couple old people with me?
Thank you, Rebecca. We appreciate it.
This is Maud.
We will go next to LG, bartender. Hi, LG. Good morning.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. What's up?
Yeah, bartended for about 20 years, and it really is very, very special to people, the interaction that you have with them, because it makes their day a lot better no matter what type of day they're having.
Yeah.
So being a bartender, especially in New York City, a lot of people want to know what your following is like. So, yes, you can get a drink made the same way anywhere you go, but they come to you for that experience because you listen to their problems. Being a bartender, you also are a counselor. You listen to their problems, you talk with them, you help them enjoy the atmosphere, and it really does help people get through their day.
So hang on, you mentioned what your following is like. So if you were going to another place, if you were applying somewhere else, they want to ask essentially what people you're going to draw in, like regulars from different bars.
Exactly.
I didn't even.
They love you enough; they will follow you to whatever bar you're working at.
Well, there's as concrete an example of the importance of that kind of relationship.
Wow.
Wow. So that's pretty cool. Obviously, we hear as bartenders are often hit on. Were you hit on fairly frequently, or no?
I was, but they were invalid because most of the people were drunk, so they didn't really count.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But yeah, you as a bartender, a counselor is part of what you do.
It's a classic.
Yeah. Interesting. All right, thanks, LG.
And people always they would bring back like gifts from vacations they went on, or same as the Walgreens lady that just talked. They would introduce family members, and so it really does make a difference and an impact in their life, and it helps the bartenders as well.
That's cool. All right, nice. I didn't know that about the following, though. Thank you, LG. I appreciate it. Here's a text that says, I was a bank teller and would wait on this girl in the drive-thru weekly. She sent an invitation to a sex toy party.
Oh, my God.
Up the drive-thru tube. And we've been friends ever since. That was in 2009.
Of course. Is this a vibrator you sent through?
So it sounds like they took it to the next level, and it worked out. So
it all involves suction.
I thought this was an interesting concept, and the fact that these are called weak ties, but even though that name implies that there's not much to them, they're actually very important to us as human beings in interaction, that we have these kind of casual, no strings attached, not necessarily friends, but friendly,
sexual,
but friendly interactions, and sometimes on a daily basis. And you can take these for granted if you don't stop and think about, hey, I've been seeing that person for 2-3 years now, and we're kind of friends.
What's more important than that?
Yeah.
You know, the people who need people. Preston, they're the luckiest people.
They're the luckiest people. All right. So anyhow, we need to take a break because we got a lot to get to. We have the Bizarre File coming up, and we are going to announce the winners of the President Steve Show Side Stage Live Band Karaoke event, which is this Saturday for MMRBQ. The weather's looking fantastic. So we'll get to that in a moment. And don't forget, you can go to PresidentSteve.com. Your chance to win tickets to the Eagles home opener on Thursday. Courtesy of our friends at Dunkin'. You just have to guess, without going over, how many coffee beans are in the giant jar that we have. There's pictures. We have live video of it now if you're streaming, by the way. And if there's a tie, we will draw from the tied submissions and get a winner. Speaking of winners, we have something completely different to give away right now, and it's a pair of tickets to join Casey, Nick, and Marissa for a special murder mystery event at Red Rum Theater tomorrow night, courtesy of 20th Century Studios, a Haunting in Venice 21 and over event. And it's complimentary buffet, and your first drink is free, and you get admission to the advanced screening of the film as well. So we'll take callers 10, 11, and 12 at 215-263-WMMR. We got a whole bunch of guests on the program, too. I'll tell you about them when we return. Stay put. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Just approached me, and it was really their kind of idea, saying, look, here's how they presented it to me. We would like to put you in a dark room, completely dark, with these light up fluorescent drumsticks of different color, and have you improvise a solo or do whatever you want on the drums, and we're going to photograph you at different angles with different shutter speeds. And people that know about photography, the shutter speeds, slower, faster, make things blurry, and all that kind of stuff. And then after that, you can change the color and you can manipulate it on different canvases and do all kinds of modern post-production stuff. And, how does that sound to you? And I was like, it sounds pretty cool. It sounds psychedelic, and it's a connection for me from music and drumming, which is obviously my passion and the first thing that I've been doing since I was a little kid. And so it made sense to me in that way. So, that's what we did. And that was about 5 years ago. And then I have a second collection. It was so much fun. I did it again. And this time, though, I started adding afterwards in post-production. I really wanted the power and the energy and explosiveness of how I was trying to portray the drumming to pop out on a flat surface, which is really the challenge, because music and drumming is so physical and obviously it's a audio experience, but to try to get that translate that onto a flat surface is something I was interested in. So I've been adding things to it to embellish it, to bring out those feelings that I want to convey on the canvas, and it's been a lot of fun, and I'm just going for it. There's no art police that's going to come and say, hey, you can't do that. That's against the rules. You're supposed to do, whatever. And so I'm not really concerned with that. I just, if it touches people emotionally or whatever sort of, reaction you can get from art, any kind of art,
right?
I'm down. So it's really, I'm using my drumsticks as brushes. And actually, there are brushes that people use on the drums, and the drums are my canvas, and I can express myself any way I want.
That's wild. We've had a few other rock stars by here that have taken to artistic and oil paints and various mediums, and a couple of them actually have been drummers. We have Mickey Hart of the Dead, Rick Allen of Def Leppard as well. Do you guys? Is this a community, drummers who go into art?
Like a drum circle, we'll get a paint circle or an art circle or whatever. Stuart Copeland does it. Bill Ward from Black Sabbath. There's a drummer from Journey. A lot of people. I don't know. Maybe it's a drumming thing. I know. I asked Mickey about it actually, because I saw that he did it, and I asked, and he's with the same company that I did. And obviously, our thing is always very different, but. Just to get a feel for it and how the people were to work with and all that, and he was very positive about it. So, I guess it's a thing. Who knows?
You know what's interesting though is because you talk about that there's no art police, and I think as a musician, and this is your livelihood and so on and so forth, and albums and songs get critical reviews and so on and so forth. It's sort of liberating in a way to tie into an aspect of what you do and have that. And I don't give a rat's ass aspect to it, to just be purely something you feel at the moment. And no, I don't care how it's judged. This is what I want.
If you make art and you're worried about what other people think and you're making it for someone else than yourself, I mean, it sounds selfish, but you really you have to be okay. You know, you have to love it, and you know, you don't always love everything you do, but you have to do it for yourself and come from the heart, and that's authentic.
Yeah.
And if you're making it for other people or what other people think, music, film, photography, whatever it is, art, then you're already out in a different place, and that's not where I'm coming from. So no, I mean, do I want people to like it? Sure. Do I want some people to hate it? Yes. I want action. I don't want
all right.
You don't want that as an artist. You want people to love it, or they at least for me, I want a reaction. So I think that's good, and you take a risk and you grow and change as an artist. That's really important, and I'm just doing that. People don't like it, fuck them.
I have to dump out on the F-bomb. But listen, Chad, I have a question about that and the difference between creating music and creating this as tangible art that you can hold and touch and really take in. Now, if you create something, a piece of music, it goes out into the world, people purchase it, that's great. But you still have that. When you have a piece of art, if you create something that you really love, do you want someone to buy that and have them appreciate it, or is that something you want to keep for yourself? Is it hard to let go of something that you've created that you really, really like?
Yeah, that's a good point. And also I can use the music analogy. It's like you make your songs in your garage or wherever you're at, and you write these songs, and with our situation, there's 4 people in a room, and you come up with something, and if it's really great, it touches people and people connect to it. And then it's theirs. You know what I mean? It's really no longer yours. Once you put it out into the world, it's for everybody. And yeah, I mean, if it's something that I made, I guess this is the one thing that would be different. It's a tangible one thing. If I really liked it, I would keep it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense, right? If I was like, I want to have it. I want it. But for most things, it's like, you know, I'm doing it to express myself and share it with other people. So,
yeah, Chad, my girlfriend's a painter, and occasionally she'll paint something and keep it for herself.
Who are you?
I'm on the show as well. My name's Nick. Nice to meet you. And listen,
the gimp? Did they keep you in the club?
That's right. Well, today they let me take the leather mask off, but normally I'm in the closet. But she's an artist, and she's a painter, and she loves to occasionally keep a painting for herself. But listen, the reason I wanted to bring a chat just for a second is I don't want to alarm you, but we're zooming with you. There's a window behind you, and I just saw somebody wandering behind you. I don't know if you know who that is, or if there's just there. See him?
Yeah. There's somebody out your window.
Yeah. There's somebody right outside your window right now.
That's my son Dashiell. He's like loves horror movies and creepy dolls. He's on his bike right now.
Okay.
You guys are talking about you.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, if he's a horror guy, we can have a conversation.
He's quite a character.
Chad, I've got to ask you, one of my favorite places in our country is somewhere I've been visiting since I was a kid, Montauk, New York. And I was there a couple years ago. And apparently, now hopefully we get this rumor right, but apparently I just missed you at Swallow East. You jumped on stage, this was the story, to play with the band that was there.
Probably, yeah, that sounds about right. I'm in Montauk right now.
Oh, you're there?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I love it there.
Yeah, it's great. Dashiell, they're just talking about how creepy you are behind you.
He's going to put his son on with us. Let's say to Dashiell. Hey! What's up,
dude? We've been coming here for about 16 years now. My wife's from this area in Long Island. A little bit, not quite as far, but we're here, and we come in the summer whenever we can, and when I'm not working, and so yeah, I'm sure I've been Talk House, Surf Lodge, you name it. If there's a drum set, I'm showing up. I'm getting up.
I love it.
That's cool.
Do you go to Lynn? Do you go to Lynn's Hula Hut, the little hut in the parking lot? If you haven't, you have to go there.
I'm taking any gigs. I'm taking the Hula Hut in Montauk.
Yeah.
So does that mean will you go back there instead of staying in Stone Harbor over the weekend, or are
I'm just coming in? Actually, I'm doing there's thing at the World Trade Center at the Oculus where you walk through it.
That's right.
and I have a thing there on Friday, and it's running through the weekend, but I have to go down for Friday.
Look over your right shoulder.
Really trippy. It's like 2 football fields long, giant digital screens, and my art and a bunch of other people.
Chad, turn around.
Turn around.
Yeah, I just ran away. He was up on the windowsill.
Don't encourage him.
Oh my God, that was so funny.
It's a rascal. This one, I mean, I'm getting payback big time.
Hey, does he play? Does he play drums?
He used to really like the guitar when he was younger. I thought he was going to be the next Jimi Hendrix, but he kind of gave it up. He likes skateboarding and just wreaking havoc with his parents. So now he's riding his bike, and no, he kind of. But my middle one, my 12-year-old, plays the drums actually, and it's a room full of drums in here.
Ah, nice,
beautiful.
Yeah.
Hey, I have a drum question for you.
Bed and 3 drum sets.
I have a drum question for you. I'm a lifelong drummer. I'm 53 years old. I quit for a long stretch. I have some hearing issues. I have tinnitus. I played in a band. I did the damage. It's over. But I've been getting back into it the last few years. Bought a great Roland electronic kit. And I've decided to crack down and work on the fundamentals, things that I should have done that I really wasn't paying attention to when I was in marching band and so on. And so I'm really working hard, and I'm doing it just for me. I'm not going to play in a band or anything like that. I just want to be a great drummer just to entertain myself and to satisfy myself. And so I've been working hard. I've been seeing a lot of progress. I'm feeling really, really good about it. And then, boom, all of a sudden, I got this wicked case of tendonitis in my left elbow. And I went to an orthopedic, and he's like, you got to stop playing for a while. But, dude, my momentum is, I'm tearing it up. I'm improving so much. And I don't know if I should listen to the doctor or I should follow my heart and keep on practicing hard, you know?
Man, is it have anything to do with the Roland kit, like how you're hitting? Is that because they don't have a lot of, or do they have a lot of give?
No, they did. You know what? Actually, where I initially heard it is I was doing it on a pillow, to work on my rebound a little bit, and I think I went a little too hard on that. So it was my own doing, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I feel you, brother, when you want to do it, and then it's like, you can't, or you're not supposed to. Is it inflammation or is it tendonitis?
No, it's like it might be like a little tear in there. So,
Okay.
Yeah. But you've played for as hard as you guys play, especially when you're touring. Do you ever have these things pop up where it's like, oh man, what am I going to do? Yeah.
Absolutely. It's more. I don't think that I've had tendonitis.
Yeah.
But I get inflammation in my joints and my wrist and my elbow. It's not normal to do this, right? Man like me. So it's like, it's going to catch up to you.
Yeah.
So you really, it's a funny thing. I tell people, it's like, it's no longer like, you party all night and get all wasted and whatever till 4 a.m, sleep for 2 hours, get up. It's literally now it's what you got to do to take care of yourself so you can be healthy to perform at the level that you want to.
Right.
So it's a whole different thing. It's really like taking care of yourself, eating right, getting enough sleep. Sounds so boring, but yeah, it's inflammation is the thing that gets me.
Okay.
And so I have to when after we play, if anything hurts or not, I just ice.
Yeah.
I ice my wrists. It's mainly my wrists that tend to get sticky, as I like to call it, and that really helps. But tendonitis, man, that's
Yeah. I should probably listen to the doctor. I don't know. I'll work it out later. But speaking of the music, I did hear a whisper recently that you and the Red Hot Chili Peppers are starting to get ideas together for a new record. Any truth to that?
There's truth to that. Yes, you heard correct. We're making a record, and we're almost done with it.
Wow.
And then when it's the pandemic thing is no concerts, so we just wrote music and recorded a bunch of songs, and we're gonna put a record out when it's done and baked like a nice cake.
Yeah.
And we'll go play some shows. We're gonna play next year though. We decided to wait. You know, I want it to be fun and safe, and as you were talking about, as normal as possible for everybody, and be able to experience not only performing but going to the show. So it's so yeah. I know there's some shows popping up now, but we're gonna wait until next year, like a lot of people, and come out.
How do you guys? How do you guys keep it so fresh and continue to put out like good new music that doesn't sound like the album before or the album before or the album before? You guys have a knack to really just continue to produce great new music.
Wow. You're very smart, not only handsome, powerful.
Powerful?
Anyway, yeah, thank you. Well, we love it. And so, Guy, and as I was just alluding to before, I think that you have to keep changing and growing and challenging yourself as an artist. It's just, why keep doing the same thing over and over? Or some people, that's kind of all they can do, so they do that, okay. But we're pretty good, as humbly as I can say. We like all kinds.
Thank you, Kathy. Casey has something.
I just want to tease this, Steve. The next song coming up, it's one of your all-time favorites.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Aha.
Yep.
Quickly, I know we're doing a lot in this segment, but I wanted to mention this. This is a butt plug, if you will. It's a charity event. And this is, I got this from Carla Donegan. I wanted to mention this. She is involved with the Orchards Friends School. And she had said, our little school rehabilitates students who have been overlooked, misunderstood, and mistreated in other school environments. She said, we teach these beautiful minds how to learn best so that they are able to be successful and lifelong learners. My son was a student here, and this school saved his life.
Well, that's wonderful.
So they have an event that's coming up on Friday. It is the OFS Music Fest. It's their outdoor music festival and fundraiser. And it's happening rain or shine, which is going to be beautiful on Friday. It's at 405 Linden Avenue in Riverton, New Jersey. Doors are opening up at 5:30. First band starts at 6 p.m. They've got a few bands playing. The Willies, power pop band, and a bunch of Scrubs, who is a funky alt reggae group. Local restaurants providing food on site, a chili cook-off, all kinds of stuff. It's $20, inclusive of a one-drink ticket, it says. Children under 10 are free. All proceeds from ticket sales will support the school. So I wanted to make sure
Sounds
that we
like a good time.
Did mention that. Nick, do you have that on our account?
Nope, but I'll
Okay.
get it and put it up. But in the meantime, it's orchardfriends.org.
Okay, orchardfriends.org. Sounds like a great school. So I wanted to make sure that they got some love this year. So absolutely, passing that along. Okay, so if you would like to win Eagles tickets, go to PrestonandSteve.com. As Duncan has given us a pair to give away to the home opener. And all you have to do is come as close to it without going over the amount of coffee beans we have in this giant mason jar that's here in the studio.
Of course, if you can guess it exactly, that'd probably help.
That would help.
Yeah.
And if there's a tie for the closest two or dead on, we will randomly draw a winner from that. But you can go to PrestonandSteve.com. That is the best way. We're showing the video on our live stream today. But if you go to PrestonandSteve.com, all the information is there, and you can enter there as well. All right. We need to do the bizarre file. We're going to do it now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Lehigh Valley Restaurant Group. Don't miss Red Robin's $10 Tavern Bundle, which includes your choice of any tavern double burger plus bottomless fries and beverage. Dine in only and available only at participating Lehigh Valley Restaurant Group locations. We'll start with this story out of Florida. The Lee County Sheriff's Office arrested a man after he pointed a gun at two construction workers out of fear that they would ruin the grass on his lawn.
I'm going to kill you.
Yeah. Two construction workers were leaving work for the night, attaching their trailer to their truck, and that's when they said a man walked outside his home and pointed a gun at them because he was afraid they were going to ruin his grass.
How's this going to go down?
Timothy DeMars told deputies that he would shoot the construction workers if they ruined his grass. Deputies found the gun he allegedly pointed at the man on a shelf in his garage, and it was indeed loaded.
3 feet back is government property.
Deputies arrested DeMars, and he was facing charges of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon without intent to kill.
You can't brandish a firearm to protect your front lawn?
Since bonded out of jail, DeMars' neighbors are shocked that things escalated so quickly.
Well, he really likes his lawn.
Paula Kirker, a neighbor, said, I've seen him out in the yard and whatnot. Never really said anything. Just definitely didn't want to bother him. He's that type, she said. So, alrighty then.
Don't go anywhere near his garden.
Here is a follow-up story that I had the other day. An international team of rescuers on Tuesday pulled to safety a U.S. explorer who spent 9 days trapped deep in the narrow tunnels of a Turkish cave with internal bleeding.
Yeah, we've been reporting on this. It's pretty miraculous.
Mark Dickey was removed from the last exit of the cave, the Turkish Caving Federation said, adding that the cave rescue part of the operation has ended successfully. The 40-year-old explorer developed stomach problems while examining the depths of the Morka Cave, a remote complex twisting underground passageways in southern Turkey's Taurus Mountains. The cave, Turkey's third deepest, reaches nearly 0.8 miles below ground.
Wow.
At its lowest point. Dickey fell ill at a depth of 3,695 feet.
Can you imagine?
Sparking what organizers said was one of the largest and most complicated underground rescue operations ever mounted. An international team of 200 rescuers, fellow explorers, and medics began to cautiously pull Dickey to safety. After first giving him infusions of blood, they first strapped him to a stretcher, which sometimes needed to be lifted vertically by rope through particularly narrow passageways.
When they got him out, you know what his first words were? My wallet.
The teams pulling the ropes would occasionally take breaks climbing back up to the surface before returning underground. Officials
Damn it!
said Dickey's
My
health
Blockbuster card's in there.
has been steadily improving for a few days. In a video recorded on Wednesday, Dickey thanked the Turkish government for its help. He said the quick response of the Turkish government to get the medical supplies that I needed, in my opinion, saved my life.
Honestly, there was a point where they didn't know whether they could do this or not.
Yeah, the New York...
You think we can always, they're going to get him, but it was dicey at one point.
Yeah, and I've seen people on Instagram going into these really, really narrow caves where they got to crawl, and it makes me feel a certain way. Like I'm not normally like
claustrophobic,
but I guess maybe I am. And I actually went into a cave when I was in the Grand Canyon. It was a man-made cave, but we went in so far. I have never experienced darkness like this in my life.
Yeah.
Like where your eyes are wide open and you can't see. Anything.
Yeah, it's disorienting.
The New York State native is a well-known figure in the international speleological community.
Speleological.
And highly trained caver and a cave rescuer himself, by the way. So he's out. He's doing better. Footage showed the moment a couple were caught joining the Mile High Club on a packed EasyJet flight, leaving passengers in hysterics.
Very easy.
The flyers sat open-mouthed after cabin crew busted the pair romping in a cramped bathroom.
You're going to be my regular Saturday night thing, baby.
It's that guy. It's that guy. Again, he can't help himself.
Even in flight.
Oh, yeah.
One passenger caught on camera the moment a steward nervously opened the toilet door and witnessed the duo in the moment of passion. Cheers erupted at the rear of the plane.
You folks are missing your snacks.
When the pair were seen getting bent across each other in the tight space at 30,000 feet. A flustered crew member in glasses and a short-sleeved shirt wasn't sure how to respond. He held his head in his hands as women seen in the film also clapped hands to their open mouths and shrieked in surprise. But the randy couple showed no signs of embarrassment, with the man smirking and closing the cabin door to continue his intimate sky-high moment.
There is not enough room in a standard bathroom on a flight.
EasyJet confirmed the incident happened on a flight from Luton to Ibiza on September 8th. The video swept social media after being posted on Sunday. So, yeah. All right, then we have time for one more, I believe. Yeah, this is the last one we'll have here. Hundreds of thousands of gallons of wine flowed through a small town in Portugal after two tanks filled with red wine released their stores.
Kathy's checking real estate on Zillow right now.
Videos from São Lourenço de Barrio, Anadia, about 150 miles north of Lisbon, showed red rivers rushing down sloping streets. The inundated town is home to about 2,000 residents. Local media estimated the flood to be about 2.2 million liters or 600,000 gallons. Enough
We're
wine.
here at the site of the flood, and things are going crazy here, Ed.
Enough wine to fill approximately 2,933,333 wine bottles. Yeah.
I've never seen anything like it.
Dude, it looks like a full-on flood. I mean, it's not just a little bit running down the gutters. It is fully flooding the streets with wine. It's crazy.
It's fully flooded.
A Portuguese publication said residents were worried about the wine contaminating a local river, but the local fire department managed to block the flow and divert the flood away from the water and into a nearby field.
Into the firehouse.
Yeah. Destillaria Levera, which owned the 2 tanks, apologized for the incident and the damage caused as a result.
I've never seen a river. So they've had these things where they leak into a local creek or whatever. I've never seen it really legitimately a river of wine.
Yep. The winemaker also said that no one had been injured by the spill and that authorities were still investigating the cause of the incident.
Don't we have about 700 pounds of pasta by a river in New Jersey?
We did.
That's the makings of a fine Italian meal.
That's a perfect tie-in. All right, and that is what I have in the Bizarre File for you. All right, it is time to announce the names of the winners and performers for the Preston and Steve Show Side Stage.
So many good entries.
Live band karaoke. That is absolutely correct, yes. And Casey, in the interest of time, I don't think we're going to have time to play through these clips of everybody because we've got another guest coming up and then a guest after that and a guest after that. And Marissa, I appreciate you gathering those, but it is already almost 8:15. So we got to move along. So these are our winners. We would like to congratulate Samantha Hutchins of Delran, New Jersey. L.J. Hall of Philadelphia. Rachel Carpo of West Deptford, New Jersey. Alistair Vickler of Norristown, PA. Christine Valenti Donnie of Essington. Derek Petaccio, that's it, yes. Derek Petaccio of Pottstown. David Murray of Downingtown. Victoria Maffey from Sicklerville. Sammy Vile from Springfield, Delco. And finally, Chris Fancher of Philadelphia. Those are the 10 performers who will be doing their thing live on stage a Saturday. And we're excited. The band Sidearm is going to be backing them up. It's on the Preston and Steve Show side stage.
It's going to be great. It was tough to pick, right? Casey, Casey is the most tied in and dialed into, the singer's capabilities, but some very formidable competition here.
Well, fortunately, we had people voting for
Yes.
this, and that helped out quite a bit. So thank you, everybody who cast a vote for their friends, Samantha, LJ, Rachel, Alistair, Christine, Derek, David, Victoria, Sammy, and Chris will all be performing.
Cool.
I'm over here, and they all get 4 tickets as well to go along. So they'll get to stay, hang out, enjoy the show. And, of course, our buddy Don McCloskey is going to be performing on that same side stage as well. And Jackie Bam Bam is spinning a set, and we're looking forward to it. The weather looks great this weekend.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And last year was the inaugural year for this, and it was such a fun time.
Yeah, we're like, we have to do that.
Yeah.
For sure. And we're doing it. So congratulations. Thank you, everybody who entered. We have to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment because our friend Craig Gass is going to be here. After that, we have Bertie Gregory, who has got a documentary or 6-part series that's coming out on Disney Plus, and Eddie Izzard on the show as well. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
Want to not do what we did. It's going to sound like the Red Hot Chili Peppers, but we have a distinct, something I'm very proud of. We have an identifiable sound to our band. And, Anthony has a very, recognizable voice, and we play the way we do, and you put 4 of us together and we can kind of do anything. So we're so fortunate that way. That opens up the palette of like fast, slow, hard, funk, rock, blah, 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 all those stupid categories. We just make music that we like. And hopefully you make some good ones. They're not all going to be great. But,
hey,
do it, man.
Chad,
I keep doing the same thing. That would be.
I wanted to ask about the dynamic with your guitar players and Josh Klinghoffer and John Frusciante, and the floating in and out of the two guys. Does that get weird at all? Trying to make those decisions of who's going to be playing guitar on with the band now, and because I mean you're talking about your livelihood, you're talking about a brotherhood and all that stuff. So how difficult is it to make those? And you're also talking about legalities and stuff, about contracts and things. So
yeah, it is difficult. We don't interchange our band members like changing our underwear. It's like the chemistry of a group is so important, and that really to me separates. All the great bands have amazing chemistry, and it doesn't mean every player has to be so proficient on their instrument, and it's just how people, it's a team, and it's a gang, and it's like how they mesh together. And we've been very fortunate to have great musicians in our band, great guitar players, other drummers before I joined, 30 whatever years ago, but like wonderful musicians. And you have to have that connection with that person for it to, gel together and make something that's special. And with John Frusciante, who's come back in our group, this is now the third time, we have that thing with him. And I don't know what it is, but we have it.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
When we get together, we make this thing that's special. And, as you get older, you don't take that for granted. When we were younger, kind of like, oh, yeah, whatever, But as you learn and go through life and life experiences, you learn, don't take this for granted. So when he wanted to come back in our group again, he'd gone off and done other things, and he wanted to be in a band again. He's like, this is the only band I want to be in. I just want to play with you guys. And so we were like, I think this would be great to have this opportunity, another fresh kind of take on what we're doing in 2020 or whenever it was when he joined, a year ago. And so we welcome that. And, again, the other guys in the band are amazing, have made great music, have had wonderful times. I love Josh and Dave Navarro and all these guys that have been in our group. But, we do have a special thing with John. So we're gonna get on that and see what happens.
Nice.
Hey, Chad, not only am I the guy who claps and cheers in the background when we bring guests on, but I'm also the guy that makes. It's a great job. It's a great gig. Pays the mortgage. But I'm also the guy who makes things weird, and so I want to invite you over for a cigar this weekend because I'm a short town over from where you are. But if you want to come over for a cigar or a crab cake sandwich, I know where to get the good stuff.
Sounds really weird.
We know.
It was supposed to be.
I thought you were going to play. You can come over, some kind of sandwich, and we'll play hide the cigar.
Yeah. Now that's a party.
I heard about the Jersey Shore thing. Somewhat, I don't know, but you know what? I'm down for whatever. So you might have to come get me rescue me from the gallery.
All right.
Well, join you for a cigar.
Speaking of the gallery, so people come out, they get to see the artwork and purchase as well, correct? And how is that working? I mean, you're going to be on premises.
I've got the times here.
Oh,
so
you do? All right.
Saturday, 7 to 10 p.m., and then Sunday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. So.
Oh, they're awesome. Yeah.
I think I'm only going to one on Sunday. I don't want to drive 9 hours back to Memorial Day Sunday. But yeah, I'll be there and come down and we'll hang out and talk about whatever and look at stuff. And I may, add something to something if somebody really wants me to.
Okay.
Who knows? It kind of goes. So yeah, that'll be happening Saturday and Sunday. Exactly.
Hey, do you know, just offhand, and I don't know if this is inappropriate to ask an artist, but what your artwork goes for money-wise, or is it...
Millions!
Yeah. Wow!
You asked! No, come on. I don't know.
Okay.
Price points in front of you. There's little ones, there's a lot of different ones.
Okay.
So,
Oh, yeah.
But it's you know, it's affordable.
Let's just say
everyone.
art
Okay.
to suit every budget.
I love it. Nice.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah.
All right. Well, Chad will be, just to reiterate, at the.
Stillwater shirt?
Yeah, he's wearing a Stillwater shirt. Yeah.
Wow.
I just picked this up. But in fact, there was they're reissuing the soundtrack from Almost Famous. If you didn't hear what Chad said, he was asking if I'm wearing a Stillwater shirt.
Right.
And they're
right.
reissuing the soundtrack in like a 5-disc set or something like that. And they're going to have 5 full-length songs from Stillwater. Whoever the group was, whoever was wearing. You said Mike McCready?
Yeah, Mike McCready, Nancy Wilson wrote a lot of the songs. I think Cameron Crowe contributed as well, too. But, full-fledged great musicians. But there was a band, and the story, I mean, we can talk about this at another time, but the story behind the band Stillwater, there was a fictional band created by Cameron Crowe for the movie, is really impressive.
Yeah. Kind of like, what's his name? Willie Nelson's son. The
Lucas.
Band. Yeah, Lucas. Thank you.
Yeah.
Like, that was the band for that movie, for the Stars Born movie.
With Bradley Cooper. Yeah, they
didn't know that.
They became buddies, and Bradley Cooper became a better musician because he worked with Lucas on that record. Yeah.
Hey, just a quick question, because we have you talk about Almost Famous. What movie do you think most captures, since you're an actual rock star, what movie do you think resonates and captures the spirit of being a rock star? The best.
Down, no doubt. The movie This Is Spinal Tap.
There we go.
Nice.
Come on.
Yeah.
The greatest films. I'm sorry. They nail it. Every scene. If you've been in a band at all, done any traveling at all, it's incredible. It holds up to this day.
It does.
Other movies, Almost Famous, all that stuff, but to me, Spinal Tap, hands down.
Are you saying you've gotten lost backstage trying to find your way to the stage before?
Of course. Everything in that movie, not one thing. It's the limo, the whole, everything. It's the record company party, everything. The girlfriend, the thing. It's spot on.
That's great. I love to hear that. Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, Chad, thanks for your time, man. Stone Harbor.
I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. And we'll stop. Maybe me and Casey will stop by. We both have shore houses, so we'll come by and say hello.
Please do. That would be awesome.
All right. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, Chad Smith. Red Hot Chili Peppers, guys. Oh, my God. He is the coolest guy. He is the coolest guy. And his son, Dashiell, was pretty awesome, too, man.
His son kept popping up in the window behind him.
So it is this weekend on Saturday and Sunday. And once again, it is the Ocean Gallery. So if you want to check with them ahead of time, you can reach out and find out what the full, meeting times and all that stuff will be, which is cool. So.
I like that idea of visualizing drum playing and then what they're doing with that. It's cool stuff.
This guest is one of the more colorful characters through the years of contestants on Jeopardy. So much so, not only a Tournament of Champions winner, but they loved his personality so much, brought him into host. He's been hosting this week the Tournament of Champions.
He's been doing a great job.
2021. Buzzy Cohen is joining us. Buzzy, a good morning
thank
to you,
you.
sir. Hey, I got to ask you, man, how was it? I mean, you guys film these things in advance. Was it as surreal as you thought it might be, being up there, standing in Alex's place?
Totally. It was like dreaming in a dream, like it was so bizarre, but also so wonderful. It's always great to be back on that stage. I'm a fan first, so anytime I get to be a part of the show, I'm absolutely stoked. But even on the first tape day, we taped 5 shows in a day. So the first week of shows we did in one day.
Wow.
On the lunch break of the first week, I just went out and walked out on set just to drink it in and have a moment by myself. Cause you never get that, you're always when you're a contestant, you're always in the green room, you're being shuttled off. And so I really tried to take advantage of that. And it was I was in Alex's green room. It was
so wild.
I was really connecting with him. It was amazing.
Well, I have to say, first off, you've been doing a great job. I love to see people who excel, and Ken has done it. You guys are GOAT status, and Ken the GOAT at this point, but still, you guys have, I think, a singular credibility when it comes to being up there and doing this. And the show is just so you can tell you are a fan. And if you were nervous, that didn't come through. What I do love is the knowledge, and you always sense this with Alex, that there is a wealth of knowledge behind the clue giver who can sort of accentuate a little bit of information that's being, imparted throughout the show. As you're doing it, did you have that moment, though, in that where you're so overwhelmed, where you're like, oh, yeah, I'm actually running this thing? Like, did you lapse into contestant mode for a nanosecond or observer mode?
Well, I spent about 4 weeks getting prepared for this, and I had to I watched a lot of Alex, and I had to totally change the way that I was watching the show to switch. So by the time we got there to the actual tape day, I had my mentality had totally shifted. But one thing that I think it really helped me with is that being a contestant, I kind of understand the way you listen to the clues and hear the clues.
Yes.
And so it helped me kind of understand where to kind of put a little more emphasis because, like Alex, I want the contestants to get the questions. I'm not here trying to trick them.
Well,
So
there's a perfect example of that, and you make a good point. Last night there was a clue where this spotted dance, and it was polka. And I would not have known it other than the clue of spotted. I thought, polka dots.
Yeah.
And so, but that's the genius of the show. And then you asked it.
Totally.
I think you laid it in there. I got it. They didn't get it, but I got it. And that's what Alex did so brilliantly.
Yeah, I think that he was my North Star, and what he always did was he was on the side of the contestants and the show, the integrity of the show. And so that's whenever I had a question about how to approach something, it was how do I keep the integrity of the show as strong as possible, and also make this enjoyable for the contestants. My Tournament of Champions was so fun, and I just wanted to make sure that they were having a good time. For me, that was making sure that the taping and everything went as smoothly as possible. And so I really just wanted to do a great job, not just for myself, but also for them and also for the fans. I wanted them to have a great Tournament of Champions. This is a highlight of the year.
Buzzy, was there anything that you discovered that you didn't realize it was one of Alex's responsibilities as
WMMR.
Thanks, Kathy. Resorts Casino, Friday and Saturday. There are shows each night for our friend who is here with us in the studio. Craig Gass is back in town.
I stuck up for you guys as a city last night. I got into town. I hadn't been here in years.
Yeah.
And I'm texting a friend of mine. He says, "Where are you?" I said, "I'm in Philly." And he goes, "Oh, that's dangerous, right?" And I go, "No, it's Philly, dude. It's not." He goes, "Oh, it's dangerous." And I go, "No, it's not dangerous." I wake up this morning. I'm driving in, and I'm hearing the traffic report. Some slowdowns in Bucks County, and don't forget, Highway 20 is closed for the murderer that is on the loose.
Yeah. It's rare that you have an escaped convict in your traffic report, but we do.
Baseball game starts at 7 p.m. Remember to use the south entrance for the murderer that's on the north end. It's what is going on?
Yeah.
I got a musician buddy of mine, Christian Martucci. You know who Christian Martucci
Not familiar,
is?
no.
He was in Stone Sour. Now he plays with Corey Taylor.
Okay.
They're playing 100 miles from here, and I go, "Yeah, I'm staying in Philly." He goes, "Where?" And I tell him. He goes, "Oh, dude, you want a great sandwich? Bring a gun." But you go.
Yeah. It's a little. It's hard to argue away from that when we have an escaped murderer on the loose. So
but I was up late watching that on Twitter because it seemed like they were closing in on him, and
it's kind of wild. Kathy's been talking about it. Listen, the guy's a scumbag. Obviously, he brutally murdered a woman, and that's horrible. But on this side of it, on the search, it is like the movie The Fugitive. And that's what's playing out. And you were saying that, Kathy.
It's like a movie.
Yeah.
But, it got a little more serious last night because now he's got a weapon and, there was a shooting either, between him and a resident. So it's a little more serious now. But I just can't believe that he's still going.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I already have too much on my mind that gave me anxiety last night because every time I come in here, I want to be at my best.
Right.
There's a thing that happens every time I come in here that reminds me of, You ever been talking to someone that you're attracted to, and there's such a connection that you go, I think I have a chance. Right?
Yeah.
Every time I come in here, I go, I think we're like friends. Yeah, we're like real friends.
We are friends.
I remember the last. It wasn't the last time. It was 2 visits ago. I get up and I go, God, that was fun. You guys go, oh man, thanks. And you guys are still being really warm.
Yeah.
And I go, this is a show I could work on. And there was a silence that I think you only hear in deep space.
We've been burned. We've been burned.
I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
I was like, wow,
Well, when you say that,
I thought I felt something.
When you say that, we all go, well, then who's going to have to step away?
Who would you like to not see on the show?
I've had that happen, dude. You know how many...
You work with Howard all the time, right?
Yeah, for the first time in 20 years, working with Howard again.
Yeah.
And but there's been times when I go around the country, a PD will pull me out and go, hey, how do you like it? And I love it. And it's like, yeah, would you ever consider, because the guy you're sitting next to, we're getting rid of him.
Right.
What? And then I'm coming back in the next morning, and that guy's being nice to me. And, dude, radio is brutal.
It is brutal, but it's also, the one thing, and it's funny, because years ago when I was doing stand-up, I would be getting home at the time I now wake up. And it's just an absolutely completely different lifestyle. So as you well know, and that's it. But after a while, it's like, and it's not so bad. I mean, it's still bad, but it's not so bad at the same time.
Yeah, but he's right, though. Where's Jeff? Oh, he doesn't work here.
Yeah, he doesn't work here. By the way, it's a different format now.
Dude, and it gets even deeper than that. There's stories that I was in Buffalo, and a program director up there told me about this brutal story about a heritage rock station that had been around for decades, and there's signs posted all over the station. Mandatory meeting this Friday.
Right, yeah. Well, that's bad.
And this is for on-air people, all the on-air people and the sales staff. Mandatory meeting at 6 p.m. The station closes at 5.
Right.
6 p.m. at the Mexican restaurant down the street. So everybody, 5 p.m., people clock out. They head into their cars. They go to the Mexican restaurant. 6 p.m., everybody gathers around there. The owners get in front of everybody, and they go, hey, so we know you heard some rumors, and it's true. Starting on Monday, we're going Spanish. Everyone starts laughing. They go, you brought us to a Mexican restaurant to tell us we're going Spanish? Like, nobody believes it. They're all making jokes. They're pointing at the wait staff and going, is that our new morning show right here? They're laughing. And then it starts to set in. No, this really is happening. And someone goes, I have a question. So we're all fired? Because if that's true, I have to go back to work because I have stuff from my home at my desk, so I need to go. And they said, oh, we actually took care. And people started walking in with boxes. When everybody clocked out at 5 p.m., there was a
crew came in?
A crew came
that
in.
sucks.
And threw everybody's stuff into a box and put your name on. Oh, it was crazy.
They don't want anybody anywhere near microphones.
A microphone.
That's it.
So
That's the way radio works.
It's so rare when someone, or at least they come to an understanding. It's usually because the person is, all right, I'm retiring, I'm going to leave, and that's the case. You're playing with fire if you let a disgruntled employee anywhere near a microphone, and so that's the deal. But we've been in that situation where we had our Preston and had his mail bin. I had my mail bin with all my stuff from my office, and we were ready. We were out the door, and then there was a last-minute audible called, and we were hired back.
Here at the station?
No, this is at a Y100.
No
kidding. Yeah. So it was negotiating time.
Wait, Craig, what is the harder business, radio or comedy?
Well, and I'm only saying this because I'm in Atlantic City this weekend.
Yeah.
Last time I visited you, I went to Atlantic City. I was fired up. Hey, guys.
Yeah.
I'm so happy to see you. Oh, man. Hey, have fun in Atlantic City. I go, I will. And it was that brand new Howie Mandel comedy club, right?
Right, yeah.
And the Howie Mandel Comedy Club held... It was a concert hall. It held 700 people.
You're saying was.
I don't think it's around anymore.
I don't think it is.
And it was a concert hall, so in order to fill it, they just papered it. They would
really?
paper the room, which great.
Yeah.
But the people that were available to be papered, it was every show, 650 people, every show, not a single one of them under the age of 60.
Yep.
And I'm on stage doing jokes about my times with Metallica and Kiss.
Yeah.
And they're like, I know they're leaving. The lights are so bright, I can't see it, but I can hear scooters going. I hear scooters, just the sounds bouncing off the walls. And
Well, Craig, is that the case? Like when you play lounges at like Vegas casinos, you're playing. It's just people wandering by. Like there's no one coming, expressly to see you at those events, right? Not that you do that now,
right.
But at that point, that's kind of like a nightmarish performance when you're doing lounge stuff in casinos, right?
Yeah, but I value those moments because it makes you a better comedian.
Right.
But every comedian has these. I mean, it's weird. I heard somebody on ESPN say that of all the famous athletes they've ever interviewed, when they say, what's your most memorable game, when you look back on a career, they always bring up the games they lost. They never bring up the championship.
Interesting.
Their most memorable games are the ones they should have won.
Mm-hmm.
And I think comics are the same way. Dane Cook has the best bombing story I've ever heard. There was a club we all used to work at in New York called the Boston Comedy Club. It's in Greenwich Village, but the owner, Barry Katz, was from Boston, so they call it the Boston Comedy Club. Dane has this amazing story about performing at 1 o'clock in the morning on a Tuesday in front of 6 people. Mm-hmm. One of the 6 people has all of his groceries on the table.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Because there's a barker out front going, hey,
grabbing them.
comedy show. And
They do that.
I got my groceries. Here, I'll help you with the groceries. Give me the groceries. I'll help you out. Give me the groceries. So this guy gets taken off the street, and he's sitting there with his groceries. Dane is bombing because it's 1 o'clock in the morning. They've been drinking all night. And
on a Tuesday.
And he's bombing. One of the 6 audience members, who's wasted, gets up, stumbles into the restroom, closes the door, and starts violently vomiting in the bathroom to where the other 5 people are going, because you can't help it.
Right,
Dane's telling jokes, but in the corner you're hearing, there's a long pause, and they hear, and the guy comes back over, and he's stumbling over to his seat, and Dane's standing there, and he goes, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you feeling okay? And the guy goes, oh, I had some bad comedy. The guy with the groceries is throwing his groceries in the air. Just owned it.
Wow. It doesn't get worse than that.
Oh, that's good.
Moments like that make you a better comedian.
Yeah.
What was your, because I, in my brief, it was a couple of years, about 10 years, but I remember it was one night where they went ahead with a comedy show, even though hockey playoffs were happening and the Islanders were there. So I'm like, you got to be kidding me. You've got to cancel the show. I'll take the hit.
Yeah.
And the guy wanted to go ahead with it. And then by the end of my thing, there was a full-on brawl happening in the audience, and I was part of it. So it was crazy. But that was the worst for me, and that was the one-off. You have a much more extensive career. What was your worst?
I have 2 worst. One was a comedy show, and one was a social interaction, because you also learn how to socially interact with people in a way that, there'll be people that, I'm known for doing voices, and so people will come up to me and be like, hey, man, can you do some Brett? I'm like, no, this is a funeral. I'm not. You realize that, but you learn it over time from being in uncomfortable situations where you go, all right, and then, why did I do that? Because it didn't go over well.
Right.
I had the first ever roast I was ever a part of was a roast of Richard Belzer.
Oh, the great Belzer, who passed away recently, yeah.
Belzer, before the roast, was so sweet to me. He invited me to be on the roast and then wanted me to have dinner with him beforehand. All the performers had a big formal dinner. We go into this place where there's a steak at every seat, and we all sit down, and Richard goes, here, sit with me. And then he looks up and goes, Chris, get over here. Chris, you know Craig? Come over here and say hey to Craig Gass. I look up. It's Christopher Walken.
Oh, Christopher Walken.
Yeah. Dude.
Christopher Walken walks over, sits down. All of his body language is closed. He's cutting a steak, and Belzer is excitedly talking to him, but Walken doesn't even look up at him. And then I hear Belzer go, all right, hey, listen, Chris, I know a lot of people do an impression of you, but you got to hear. And I go, no, Richard. And he goes, no, it's okay. Chris, will you look at me? Chris, look at me. Okay, now look at Craig. All right, now, Craig, do your impression. Christopher Walken looks at me and throws his utensils down on the table and goes, "Go ahead." I go,
no.
I don't know if this sounds like you or not, but what I try to do is I try to sound as weird as possible. And every once in a while, I say the word cowbell. Pow! And Walken just went, "Wow." And went back to his steak.
Yeah.
Belzer goes, hold on. You ever heard anybody do Adam Sandler? He's got me doing Adam Sandler. He goes, you ever heard anybody do Gene He's got me doing Sam Kinison.
It's clear at this point that Walken is not into this.
But I'm following this uncomfortable lead because Belzer's a famous comedian.
Yes.
And I'm screaming like Kinison. I don't even know if you know who this is, but this guy used to do a lot of cocaine. Yeah. Oh! And Walken just stopped me and said, "Listen, I get it. You're talented. Good for you." And I was like, I'm not doing. He is.
Right.
But for gigs, and this is interesting because this guy is one of the. We're having some surprise guests come out to Atlantic City. One of them is Don Jameson.
Oh yeah, we know
Don. Don's great. Yeah.
Don is performing with me this weekend at Resorts. We have a couple special guests. He's coming on Friday. And Don Jameson and I did a military tour in Europe, and the last show was in Barcelona, and we get picked up by a military guy who says, "Are you guys ready for the Girl Scouts tomorrow?" And we're like, "Yeah, bring on the Girl Scouts." We're high-fiving each other, fist-bumping each other. "Bring on the Girl Scouts." Didn't know that there was a real conversation with this military base when they said, "We have some entertainment. The USO is going to send you some entertainment. You get one piece of entertainment a year. Could be a jazz band, could be a rock band, could be a comedy show. And if you don't take the entertainment, you don't get it." And they were told, "You have a comedy show coming." And they said, "Well, that's a big holiday weekend here. Everybody's going to be gone." And they said, "Well, do you want it or not?" And a guy at the base said, "Well, let me ask you a question. We have a big Girl Scout event.
Right.
Could these comedians perform for Girl Scouts?" And the guy from the USO said, "Well, they're professional comedians, of course." The name of the tour was the Shock and Awe Tour.
Yeah,
It was
I remember this. Yeah.
4 of the most disgusting comedians on planet Earth. So on the day of the show, our military escort picks us up. We're all laughing. I'm in the front seat of this Escalade with a military guy, and we pull onto the base. I'm looking around, and I go, "What's with the bouncy houses?" And he goes, "It's for the Girl Scouts." And I said, "Are these real Girl Scouts?" And he goes, "Yeah." And I go, "Guys, guys, it's real Girl Scouts. It's real Girl Scouts. What? It's real Girl Scouts." To this day, Don Jameson and I have talked about, we have both opened for Slayer.
Yeah.
We've both done comedy shows in biker bars. Neither of us have ever sweat as hard as we have than being in a room full of 8-year-old girls.
So what did you do to, or did you amend or alter you had to your material, right?
They said,
I mean, you're it's not like you're crazy vulgar, but it's not meant for Girl Scouts.
They go, "Well, we're getting ready to start the show." Yeah. I went on last on all these shows, and they go, "Craig, go up first." And I go, "What do you want me to go?" They go, "You do voices." And I'm like, am I going to go up in front of 8-year-old girls and do Tracy Morgan going, "I'm going to get you pregnant"? Like, I can't do that. I went numb in that experience. And I don't know how we got through it. I just remember being so scared. And all of us were sweating bullets.
The Shock and Awe tour. It was you, it was Don Jameson, who else?
Mark Rigodonna, Kevin Downey Jr., and all of us were doing the filthiest sets we could think of.
Yeah, it's for soldiers.
For these military guys. By the way, I was pointing out that during the commercial break, I don't want to forget this, you were playing Don Henley, and I said it's the greatest song ever. Don Henley, I have a lot of friends who are touring people that work for bands.
Right.
And a friend of mine who's a guitar tech, one of his best friends is Don Henley's drum tech. And Don Henley found out that Brian Wilson is doing a art exhibit in Los Angeles.
Right, legendary.
Don Henley, apparently a huge Beach Boys fan. So he says, I want to go, come with me. The first album Don Henley ever got, apparently, was Pet Sounds from the Beach Boys. So he gets a copy of his copy that he had, and brought it to the art exhibit, and he finds Brian Wilson, and his tech becomes a witness to this conversation. He goes, Brian, Don Henley, Eagles. And he said, Brian Wilson turned around and went, oh, hey. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And Brian is, he's not easy to talk to.
He's not fully connected, but he's had trauma in his life.
And Don picks up on this after a minute and realizes this isn't going anywhere. And he says, hey, do you mind? I got, this is the first album I ever bought. Do you mind signing? And he goes, sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah, go ahead. And you got something to sign it with? Hands him a Sharpie. Brian Wilson looks at Don for a minute with the Sharpie and then writes, to Don. Looks at him again. Thank you for all the great music. And then he slows down, looks at Don, scratches off the word great and writes good. And then signs his name.
Wow. That's almost worth more.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, there's a buddy of mine, Todd Suckerman, is a
Drummer. Amazing
with
drummer.
Styx.
Yeah, Styx. He's incredible.
And I remember someone said, Todd used to play with Brian Wilson. I go, no. I go, Todd, I heard a story about Don Henley. He goes, the autograph, he goes, it's 100% true. Don Henley has it framed in his house.
Oh, my God.
That's perfect.
Yeah. You have so many great stories, Craig. I wanted to ask you about this, though. You lived with Eddie Van Halen for a while, and we've heard about that from you on a couple of occasions. How about Whoopi, man? How fan-freaking-tastic.
It's amazing.
Is that music that this kid is cranking out? We've been so impressed with it. I mean, at first it was like, okay, we'll give this a shot. Hey, this is pretty good. And then more and more of it kept coming out, and we're like, this is real
It's terrific.
good. Yeah. Real good.
And he's playing with his dad's, he recorded with his dad's
He used Frankenstein guitar on one of the songs, yeah.
Yeah, and my buddy Frank is a guitar player in his band. He's the other guitar player, Frank Sidoris.
Awesome.
And Frank is a buddy of mine. I live in Vegas, and Frank, that whole band, it's amazing. I met Wolfie once. The first night I ever hung out with Eddie was at a bowling alley, and I didn't know the guy that I had met. The introduction I got was, okay, come here, I'm going to introduce you to this guy. Is backstage at a Scorpions concert in L.A. He goes, this guy lives with one of the biggest rock stars on the planet, but don't tell him I told you that. Okay. Hey, Maddie. Hey, man, this is my buddy Craig. He's a stand-up comedian. And the guy goes, oh, my God, I know who you are. And I go, get out of here. And he goes, dude, I love... And we bonded just like you and I did, except we actually exchanged phone numbers. And we make a plan to go bowling, and he showed up at the bowling alley with Eddie Van Halen and Wolfie. And the one thing that stands out, there's a couple things that stand out about that night, but is Wolfie was 12 years old, and he was throwing the bowling ball
overhand.
Yeah, and I got when I see Eddie walk in, I'm consciously I'm continuously looking around like, oh man, this is bad, man. This guy's too famous. This guy's too famous. Nobody noticed him. But one time, Wolfie threw a ball that bounced and somehow landed right on the divider in between the lanes. And Eddie, who was smoking, you're not supposed to be smoking in the bowling alley, goes, I'll get it. And he walked all the way down the bowling alley, down the lanes, picked the bowling alley. And that's when I noticed all the way along the lines of the bowling alley, people were going, gee, that's Eddie Van Halen picking up a bowling ball. And then it got weird, But
well, I mean, everyone thought, and we said the deal was, you think, okay, this is going to be nepotism, and this is they got the kid doesn't have the talent, but he's got tremendous talent, and he's also he's got his head on right. I mean, with the rock stars that you've encountered as many times you've encountered rock stars, this is a leading question. Who is the most unhinged? Who was the personification of the rock star mythos of the, off the deep end.
Sex, drugs, rock and roll.
Sex, drugs, rock and roll.
God, there's a few of them. I don't know. I mean, I'm always surprised at the people who are really nice. That's
the ones who are the antithesis of that.
Right. Yeah.
I know one that you've referenced before that I've met once or twice, but I think you're pretty good friends with is Mike McCready of Pearl Jam.
Yeah.
And when I encountered him, he was like the nicest guy on the planet. And he seems like a pretty down-to-earth dude.
That he is off the charts, the nicest. He's the most positive influence in my life. He last time I saw him, I was in St. Louis. My web guy lives in St. Louis. I brought him to the show. I brought him to meet Mike, and my buddy, he has autism, and I introduced Mike. We're all hanging out, and then their tour manager comes out and says, "Hey, Mike, Ed added 6 songs tonight that you guys haven't played at all on this tour. So Stone is rehearsing. I'm just want to give you a heads up. And this is 30 minutes before showtime. And Mike goes, oh, I should probably go. All right, I got to go. And then we kept talking. And he's like, I really should go. I got to practice. I really got to go. And then somebody who works for Pearl Jam walks into the room who I know, and we start shooting the breeze. And then out of the corner of my eye, my buddy keeps talking to Mike, and Mike goes, hey, I'm really sorry, but I got 15 minutes. I got to get ready to go. So it was really nice to meet you. And my buddy said, okay, before you leave, I just want to tell you how much your music changed my life as a kid. And out of the corner of my eye, I saw Mike sit back down. And I was like,
well, there you go.
Dude, and
that's it. Yeah.
Decades of hearing that. Decades of hearing that.
Yeah.
And that guy sat back down. I always say that people reveal themselves with the language they use.
That's it.
And I've heard Mike talk to his assistant by saying, hey, do you mind doing me a favor? Guys, you're paying him like, do you mind doing me a favor? So
Right.
I just think he's the sweetest, kindest person. But
I forget who we were talking to recently who was espousing that that notion. You know, someone comes up to you you sit down and listen. Like Pierre here, who's a legendary DJ, our midday host. Pierre he kind of set the what we emulate, in our career, which is when you meet somebody who listens to the show or supports the show, you say hi. You don't just have a dismissive, hey, thanks, be on your way. You engage them because they're your audience, your client.
There was
basically.
a wide receiver for the Bengals. His name's T. Higgins, and he was at a autograph signing event. This happened last week, and he walks out of he had been there signing autographs for a couple of hours at this point. He walks out of the store, and he sees a huge line of people that were still waiting there. And he just turned right back around and right back into the store and finished signing until the last person.
But I also get a kick out of people who are out in space.
So who comes to mind?
Yeah, there's a story that another crazy guy told me. Sebastian Bach, I did an event with him somewhere. Sebastian Bach is the biggest Kiss fan in the world, and he's got this amazing story about going to Gene Simmons' house. And he goes, dude, I walked into that guy's house, and that guy has a frickin' Kiss museum in his house, which is true. When you walk in, Gene had an entire room dedicated to every piece of merchandise over the entire 50-year career of Kiss. And he goes, I saw a bag with like 100 Kiss cell phone covers. And I said, dude, what the hell is that? And he said, Gene Simmons goes, that's our new promotion for Kissmas. That's our new Kiss cell phone covers. Can I have one of those? I wish I could, but if you go to Kiss Online, he wouldn't give him one piece of
that sounds about right.
There's a buck to be made.
Also, and I don't think it's intentional, but I love how loose rock stars can be. Like I got to open for Metallica, and I remember Lars introduced me to his band. If you don't know, my whole family is deaf. My mom, my dad, and my sister are all completely deaf, and that's how I learned how to do voices. That's when you come out to resorts this weekend. The whole show is a lot of impressions and stories about people who I do impressions of.
Yeah, and you know everyone, so you're connected. Yeah,
and there's a moment where Lars goes, "Hey man, this is Craig. This is the guy who does all the voices, and check it out. His whole family is retarded." I go, "They're not retarded. They're deaf."
My God!
I love that he's loosely connected.
Right.
To what's going on? Yeah.
So I wanted to ask you, by the way, because we love the movie Coda.
Yeah.
Have you seen Coda? And does it ring accurate to you?
There's subtleties in that movie that really rang. There's always this idea that people think like, oh wow, you must have had the quietest house in the neighborhood. It was the loudest house, and when I go visit during the holidays, it's frustrating, all the banging that goes on. like because nobody
is aware
that while you're sleeping that this is bothersome to slam all the doors and slam everything in the house. So yeah, there's subtleties to it, but there is. I always find a sensitivity that's misplaced when people are around my family, because the most insensitive and the most horrifying deaf jokes I've ever I threw a surprise birthday party for my sister a few years ago, and you could argue that everything to deaf people is a surprise.
Right,
But I threw a surprise birthday party for my sister. Afterwards, we're all sitting down to have dinner, and my sister, who's deaf, sitting across the table from me, she's signing to me, and she waves and says, "Do you want to hear a good joke?" And I said, "Sure." And then she said, "Me too." Dude, like, what are you like?
That's great.
Yeah,
That's great.
Horrifying. That's absolutely horrifying.
I love it.
Yeah, so there's no sensitivity to it. Yeah, when
So
you,
they're the biggest. Yeah.
God.
yeah,
joke tellers.
I'm telling you.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that's just the
When you
best.
come out to resorts this weekend, which, by the way, I'm so excited. Don Jameson is going to be joining me as a surprise guest. I guess it's not a surprise now.
Yeah.
But
Well, you're both metalheads. So
both
yeah,
metalheads.
Yeah.
I end my show with it's all new material. It's the Where Have You Been tour, because that's what I've been hearing a lot from people, is Where Have You Been? And some updates to my run-ins with Kiss. Gene Simmons initially hated me, and well, he still hates me, but Paul Stanley, and I got word from somebody that works with Kiss. They said, Paul Stanley wants you to perform with Kiss, and I said, really? And he said, don't tell anybody this, but Paul Stanley loves when anyone makes fun of Gene.
Yes, I'm sure.
Of course. Yeah.
And but Paul hates my impression of him, but he loves when I make fun of Gene.
Give us a little bit of the Paul just to refresh
There's
people's
two
memories.
Paul Stanleys.
Yeah.
There's
And then
Paul-
we have to take a break, but go ahead.
There's Paul Stanley off stage, where I heard an interview where somebody said, "Why is Kiss so amazing?" That was an actual question at a press conference, and he goes, a lot of bands are envious of Kiss. I'm even envious of Kiss. And I'm like, what is that? That's the most arrogance. That's like so much confidence. And then there's on stage Paul Stanley and I'm quoting, I saw him in Las Vegas where he said, "All right, people, now listen. I know this town, Las Vegas, is known for its buffets. And I can tell you right now, after this show, I see a lot of people in the front row. I really want to eat." And then he started fixing his hair, and I was like, what the? I saw the show, and a few months later, Madison Square Garden, I brought Jeff Ross and Jim Norton backstage on the show, and I'm introducing them to everybody, and everybody that works for the band, I go, were you listening in Vegas when Paul said he was going to eat the front row? And 3 different guys said, "Did you hear what he said in Omaha?" I said, "No. You didn't hear what he said in Omaha?" Apparently in Omaha, Nebraska, he went, "All right, people, now listen. I know this town, Omaha, Nebraska, is known for its Angus beef. And I can tell you right now, after this show, I'm going to want to sink my teeth into some meat." And the whole crowd went, "What?" And he goes, "Now, wait a minute. Hold on. You know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a thigh or a rump roast." And the crowd went, "What?" And apparently the guitar techs behind the stage are going, "What the hell is that?"
Wave him off.
Oh, yeah. By the way, quickly, I need to tell you, he hates my impression of him, and he told me why a few months ago. He said, "You make me sound like I own a hair salon in Long Island." And I was like, oh, my God.
The truth is, it's spot on. So, yeah.
What a great premise. So this weekend at resorts, you'll hear Paul Stanley, hair salon owner.
Oh, yes. All right. There's a show on Friday at 9, and then Saturday, 2 shows, 8 and 10 p.m. And you can get tickets at getgas.com, or I'm sure you can go to the resort's website as well. But you will be howling in laughter, friend, and we know you have deserved that and earned that. So go see Craig and Don Jameson, who we love to death as well.
Surprise guest.
And where have you been? You need to come back here more often, brother. All right.
I agree. It's been way too long. Looking forward to next time.
Years.
We're like best friends now.
We are.
Nobody will call me when I leave the studio, but
Not at all.
No, not once. We love you, Craig. Thanks for being here, man.
I really felt that.
Enjoy. Craig Guest, everybody. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back. A to Z. More guests coming up on the Preston and Steve Show. Stay right where you are, friend.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
kind of not even really even seen. It's just you have to be in that place to go, oh, yeah, he does this as well.
Well, the thing that you realize when you start, because when you're getting ready as a contestant, you're sort of ignoring his reads in a way. You're reading the clues faster than him to try to figure out if you know it, and then just listening for him to finish. What I realized is every single clue that he is reading, he approaches like its own thing. He doesn't have like a Alex clue read. Every single clue is its own story.
I don't know where that's coming
from. It's not a marathon. It's 61 sprints. Each clue, like, he gave its own life. And that, to be able to do that and not just kind of like zone out and get into like, okay, here's my clue read rhythm, is incredible. And I think the other thing he did so well was he could pepper in little bits of color, like just for fun, like teasing that, oh, you're out of the hole, blah, blah, blah. Doing that when you're in the moment and trying to track what clues happening, all that is not easy. And, you know, I think what was amazing is how effortless he made the entire thing.
Preston and I, and we've all discussed those little things, like when like encouraging somebody. That's right.
Totally.
Those little things which seem like, oh, what? He's just simply conversing. That everyone can do that. No. To sort of finesse it in there and keep momentum. Because think about it. Without that, you'd have these glacial pauses that that would really resonate. But that forward momentum, and you're doing it well. You're doing a good job.
Thank you.
And so yeah, I mean, but that's why the show is the creme de la creme of game shows.
I agree. And the other, like, little things like that I had to learn at the beginning, which was like saying yes, correct, right, good, not always just saying yes, yes. Which, by the way, when the first time I did it, I just, like, you know, when I did a practice game on my own, it was yes, because we don't think about changing it up, but as a viewer, it gets so boring when you hear. So little things like that he just, because he'd been doing it for almost 40 years, it was just so second nature.
As a radio show host, that's one of the things that I do. So I'm glad other people are finally picking up on that. So
Buzzy, this is Nick. I'm a huge fan, and thanks for responding to me over Instagram and agreeing to come over the show. It was really cool. And I've been watching, like Steve and everybody here, every bit of the tournament over the last couple of weeks. I wanted to ask you about polarizing contestants, because Ryan was on last night, and there was a lot of response to him that was negative. And he made it to the Tournament of Champions. He's a really good contestant. He's really smart. But he was kind of off-putting, and so I saw on social media, and I contributed to it. That there was some pushback against the guy. But you, as a host, obviously you have to remain neutral. Is it hard for you to incorporate that into your job while you're actively hosting it?
I mean, Ryan was. If you hadn't seen it last, he basically was a bad sport. He was kind of, you know.
I'm gonna
he read as a bad sport. Yeah.
I'm going to come to Ryan's defense here. I've been through this, and I know people who have. Like, everyone has a different approach to this, and I think Ryan, he was a great competitor. First of all, he's a great player.
Yeah.
You know, if you look at. If you take out those daily doubles, he outplayed Veronica last night, right? If just straight clue play. And I think that it's hard to be on. How many of us have to be on camera for like a devastating moment like that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're not, like, I think, if to compare Jeopardy contestants to professional athletes is not quite fair, because if you're a professional athlete, you've been through like the high school and college, and you've been through this is the second time he's lost a game of Jeopardy ever. Okay. He played his heart out, and it just wasn't enough. It's hard to have 4 cameras on you in that moment. And he and the other contestants have a great camaraderie. I don't think it had anything to do with Veronica. I think it's hard to be processing that on camera. I think that different people have different, like, I had a very like happy-go-lucky, win-lose, whatever attitude. Not everybody's like that, and I don't think we need to expect that from.
I'm sorry. The dude made it to the Tournament of Champions semifinals, and I'm sitting there on my couch, and so it's I have no place to judge. I'm a viewer. I'm not a contestant, so I don't want to be harsh on the guy, but it's just got to be. You see people rooting for or against particular contestants, and it makes it difficult for somebody like that, I'm sure, to have to go through.
Yeah, and for me, I was like, to be honest, when I saw I think the feeling in the studio was I think a little different than what it came across at home when he missed that daily double and then was like trying so hard to come back. I think everybody suddenly was like, oh man, you got to feel for this guy.
Well,
like,
and that to me read. That even at that point, that read his passion. I got it. I'm like, damn it, I'm off my game. Or like, I just happened to a couple of days ago we were at a golf charity and I'm seeing people respond who are hitting bad shots. Like you see that same frustration. I got that. Yeah. At the end, you would like to think though. And again, you're right. It's a unique circumstance. Everything's on the line, and I get it because I think he's normally a likable guy. It just seemed like there was. It was her moment. You lost, and he's. I think that's what a lot of people read and saw. It's like, wow, man, you not even an acknowledgement or something, and that's what it is.
And also you have to remember there's editing, like those after.
True.
That after game chat is much longer than what you get on TV. So I think everyone's got to give game show contestants a lot more. I mean, people thought I was an arrogant asshole when I was on the show. Am I allowed to say that?
No. We'll let it go.
You can say ass. Arrogant ass.
Yeah,
but but you were.
But I was just having fun. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I think that it's very easy for us to like project a lot of stuff. The other thing to remember too is like this is very different. The experience of taping because of COVID, the studio is very empty. It's just like other players and a couple of producers in the audience. So I think you're less self-conscious, right, about how you are presenting yourself when you're up there.
Buzzy, I wanted to ask from a contestant's perspective, and one who especially gets on a roll like you and wins multiple nights. Because you don't know what the categories are going to be. How do you bone up? How do you prepare for that? Do you dive into? Do you research the things that you're weakest at, or do you take the history of categories and what likely might be on there? Like, I don't know, Shakespeare is my Achilles heel. It's terrible. So if I were to head into the show, would it be a good idea to bone up on my Shakespeare?
Yes, it would. Shakespeare, rivers, capitals, classical music. But the thing to remember is I actually wrote an audiobook called Get Ready, available on Audible. Sorry for the plug.
No, absolutely.
That is about kind of how I got ready for the show. And what you realize is that Jeopardy has certain subjects it likes to cover, and it is a piece of mass market entertainment. So they're not going to pick something completely obscure, right? So there's sort of a depth of information that they're going to go for. And so for me on that stuff, I really looked at not just what the show has asked before, but the types of things that they've asked before. So for instance, like, if there's Pulitzer Prize winners, you don't have to know every book ever published, but there's notable books to know,
yes,
right?
No, that's absolutely true.
With Shakespeare, you don't need to know every single plot point, but it would be good to be able to connect either a place or the main characters to the show, because every Shakespeare clue is going to have a character's name in it. So if you know that Cordelia is King Lear, that's all you need to know. You know what I mean? You don't need to know you don't need to read King Lear. And so there's all these different pieces of information. In the Jeopardy world, they call them Pavlovs, right? So like if the year is 1927, we're talking about Lindbergh or the Yankees. You know, it's like
no, but that's a skill set. To know a little about a lot. Is what, and it sort of works in radio as well. Like I say, I can go about a minute and a half into any conversation and then tap out. But you guys are on another level. Preston, tell what you guys do on the final Jeopardy question.
Oh yeah, okay. So
and you might get a kick out of this,
Nick
Buzzy.
And Casey
this is
and
a thing that they all do.
Nick and Casey and I, when the category comes up, and there's a commercial break right after that, we will text each other what we think the answer is, what we think the clue is, without even hearing the answer. So just on subject alone, if it will be, American authors.
Right.
Well, Nick got it the last time. The last correct answer before the question was what was the category, Nick, and what was?
Man, I'm blanking on it.
Okay, I said Roald Dahl. And you said it was like children's literature or something like that.
Yes.
Okay.
And
so this is a game we play, and every now and then,
Well, you guys can join in. There's a Twitter account that's just for that, Jeopardy Blind Guesser.
That's great. But that speaks to what you were saying, though, to know what the go-tos. We watch the show enough.
Exactly. Like if they're, John Updike comes up a lot. Do people read a lot of John Updike? I don't know, but John Updike comes up a lot, know. So it's exactly that. And they're not going to ask about some author that nobody's heard of, because watching at home, you're completely lost.
Yep.
Even if you don't know it, even if you don't know that Eugene O'Neill wrote Moon for the Misbegotten, you hear Eugene O'Neill and you're like, I should have known that.
Wait, Buzzy, I have one for you, Buzzy. I'll just Chinese-born American architect.
That would be I Am Pei.
Every time, yeah.
Every time.
If that ever shows up.
Yeah.
Totally. Yeah. I mean, and that's kind of what when you're playing Jeopardy, you're not, a lot of the clue information is sort of superfluous. Last night there was a clue about during the
WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. We have a piece of music to play for our next guest, and don't you
God,
love this?
I love this.
Isn't this the best?
Yeah.
He is a documentarian who's bringing us a 6-part nature doc series filmed over 219 days in Antarctica, the Galapagos Islands, Botswana, Patagonia, Indonesia, and Central African Republic. And it starts streaming tomorrow on Disney+. Please welcome Bertie Gregory with Animals Up Close with Bertie Gregory. Bertie, good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
We are doing fantastic. First of all, thanks for joining us. We appreciate it. And I have to ask, when you head out on an excursion such as this over this amount of time, are you doing this as per location at a time, or are there a few different crews that are out at the same time trying to capture? Because I got to imagine you need a lot of a whole lot of resources in order to capture the things that you guys find.
Yeah, well, I mean, so the fourth bringing wildlife, animals.
Bertie, unfortunately, the signal that we have for you keeps breaking up. We're only hearing like every handful of words. Let's hope that this clears up here again. I'm sorry. If you could start again, because we're getting a poor signal from you.
Is that any better? Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, that does sound better, yes.
Perfect. Because the format of the show is we're bringing you incredible animal behavior, but alongside that, also the behind the scenes into our struggles to keep up with these animals. That means that I've got to be on every shoot. So sadly, there is only one of me. So it was a pretty action-packed schedule. We filmed those 219 days over the whole year.
Yeah, it's phenomenal stuff, and the stuff that you've done over the course of your career has been phenomenal. And it's interesting, Bertie, because just recently I started to get into photography, and I've always heard that, if you see people out at if they're on vacation or they're taking pictures, and there's sort of the camera between them and the subject, but yet getting into photography a little bit and learning how to capture things, I thought on this vacation that I recently went on with the object of using the camera, it actually connected me more to what I was looking at. Do you find that holds true for you?
Totally. I mean, that's why I originally got into wildlife photography, is that I found it was a really good way to channel my obsession into getting near to these animals, on their terms without disturbing them. So 100%. I think key is making sure that your skills, you practice so much that it becomes second nature, and so it then doesn't detract from the encounter. No. I think if you're not super clued up with your camera, there's the potential that it would detract, because you're more focused on where's the different settings and the buttons rather than what's this animal about to do next.
Well, what you do and your contemporaries do so well is, and it can be in just a picture and a little slice of video, without words, can bring an understanding to the wildlife and these magnificent animals and creatures that live around the world. And you've been so many places, and in this series in particular, Was there one, and I'm sure we're very much looking forward to it. Was there one standout moment where you had a revelatory realization at a particular animal you were looking at? I know the elephants that you were chronicling were impressive to you. These are forest elephants, correct?
Yeah, so the forest elephants were magical, I think, because most people, when they think of elephants, they think of savanna elephants, which is another species of African elephant, that live alongside lions and in the wide open plains. Forest elephants live deep in the jungle. I think in terms of one really key moment for me in the series was actually in Antarctica for our killer whales episode. And everyone always wants to know just how smart are wild animals. Well, we went to film a very special type of killer whale, which to me are the best example of animal intelligence anywhere. There's only 100 of them in existence, and they have learned that as a team, they can hunt Weddell seals, which is a seal that likes to rest on pieces of ice. So they're resting out the water, which should be out of the reach of a killer whale. But these killer whales have learned that together as a team, they can use their bodies to create a wave to wash the seals off the ice and into the water.
Crazy.
It's just the most extraordinary piece of animal intelligence.
I would imagine, Bertie, when you happen to capture an animal exhibiting behavior that has never been seen before, that either that or finding a species that hasn't been documented before, those have to be two of the biggest holy grails when you're out doing this type of work.
Totally. I go beyond that. Often we're fortunate enough to have tools, things like drones that have not been used on particular animals. So actually, I get an equally big kick out of seeing an animal that people think they know and showing it do something that that people haven't seen before from a new perspective. And technology really is a key tool for us, and getting that aerial perspective with drones has been a game changer. I
wanted to ask you about. So I know you were in Indonesia and Galapagos, and you do a lot of diving. You were kind of raised on water sports, but you're using this newer, and I've seen it, this rebreather that really eliminates bubbles, and so it doesn't frighten away things that you're attempting to chronicle. Can you explain a little bit how that works?
Yeah, it was originally developed for the military, and as you say, unlike traditional scuba diving equipment, it doesn't make bubbles. So when you breathe out, instead of making bubbles, it transfers that breath through a tube into a bag on your back. It removes the carbon dioxide, I should say, adds a bit of oxygen, and then it gives you that same breath back. You're rebreathing. And as you said, that means that you're not making noisy bubbles that scare the marine life. So animals come a lot closer underwater. Animals that I think people often think of as being very bold and brave, like sharks, are actually often quite timid underwater. So if we're not making bubbles, we can get closer. The other thing that it does is that because we're recycling our air, we can stay down for much longer than before. So we were doing dives that would often last 3 or 4 hours underwater, and that means that instead of being a temporary visitor to these marine environments, coral reefs, you're suddenly thought of as part of the landscape by all the other animals there. So again, you can get much, much closer without disturbing these animals.
That's amazing. And to the earlier part of the conversation about knowing your equipment and having it be second nature, I mean, a lot of this is very innovative. How long does it take you to get up to speed where you are at that level where it's not a step between you and your subject, where it's just second nature?
Totally. I mean, in the case of a rebreather, they're potentially very dangerous tools if you don't know how to use them properly, especially if you're distracted by some amazing piece of animal behavior. So we do a huge amount of training to, as you say, make sure that it's second nature, so that it feels just like walking, or breathing, so that it's we're focused entirely on what the animals are doing. In the case of our Galapagos episode, we used rebreathers to allow us to get very close to sharks and sea lions, and actually for the first time showed a bull sea lion, so that's a male sea lion, defending his pups from a big Galapagos shark.
Wow.
And that was really cool because the male sea lions are not normally thought to have any role in parental care. It's all down to the female, so nice that the male turns out is going some way to pulling his weight. and protecting the pups from sharks.
Bertie, the conundrum of loving, and you do phenomenal work, and Nat Geo in general does phenomenal work, and just mind-boggling stuff. But as a viewer, a lot of times the conundrum I end up coming up against is the nature of nature, which is it can be brutal, and a lot of times I have to change the channel, and when I know something's going to go down, and how do you, in that moment when you're right there, and it's your charge to capture that, how do you work that out in your mind?
Yeah, it's a real challenge, but ultimately we're there as journalists to document what's going on, we document what happens, and then afterwards kind of decide what we want to share with it. On this particular project, I had an extra level of emotional attachment that I normally don't, because a lot of these animals that we went to go and film, I'd actually met before, individual animals. So for our Patagonia Puma episode, we didn't just go to film any puma. We went to film one individual in particular. She's called Pataka, and I actually met her when she was a cub 4 years ago.
Wow.
So 4 years on, I wanted to catch up with her and see how she was doing, and it was amazing because last time I saw her, she was this little ball of fluff, completely reliant on her mother. 4 years on, she's now this amazingly powerful adult and has 2 cubs of her own. So, I see her as an old friend. Obviously, this is a very one-way relationship.
Right.
She doesn't care about me. But yeah, it meant that when she was putting herself in danger to protect her cubs or to feed her cubs, it's that extra level of, Pataka, please be careful.
Of course, you're only
Yes.
human. Yeah,
Yes.
you're connected.
Well, it looks amazing, and it starts streaming tomorrow, so we're excited, Bertie. We've always been a fan of your work, so we're looking forward to seeing this. It's called Animals Up Close with Bertie Gregory. Thank you so much, sir, and have a great day. We'll see you soon.
Thanks for having me. You too.
You got it. Bertie Gregory, guys.
Love their
Love that.
stuff.
Oh, wait, I got to hit the theme one more time because I absolutely love that. And you know what? We'll keep the theme going because we have another animal in the wild who we are going to talk to right now.
A force of nature.
We'll be in the wild of Philadelphia very, very soon at the Miller Theater Thursday and Friday, 8 p.m. shows each night. We had the opportunity to have him here in our studio before, which is such a delight. Please welcome to our program via Zoom, Eddie Izzard is on.
Hi.
Good morning, Eddie. Thanks for joining us once again. We appreciate it.
Good to join you. Thank you.
Yeah, our pleasure. I was watching recently some stand-up. You were at the Apollo. I saw this on YouTube.
It's hilarious.
It is just a scream. And one of the many things I love about your live audience shows are you are, and I'll do my best to describe this, stream of consciousness yet linear. And it blows my mind how you navigate through your stories and the directions you take and are able to reel it back in. And that has just I can't imagine how long it takes for you to work on a routine, or is it just second nature?
It's not that. It's conversational stand-up. And I think a number of stand-ups do this now. If you think about the early days, everything was written. If you go through music hall, vaudeville, going through that, there were pieces. Everyone was doing 8 minutes, 10 minutes, and 6 a day. And then we've got to our end of town in our days where we're allowed to be comic philosophers. We're allowed to go out and say, this is how I view life. This is what I think about this. This is what I think about that. And because I'm dyslexic, I found great difficulty writing it in the first place. So I found that I was workshopping pieces into existence. Or even if I would write a little bit, I would keep working on it, keep adding and changing bits. At a point where back in Britain, no one was changing words at all. And then there's a few of us started improvising and mucking around and adding it on. So now I just played last night in DC, and I found that I'm just in my mind going, and then there's this and there's that, and that's why it feels very loose, because it is kind of conversational, and that's why it can go off track, because something will come into my head and I'll go off there and I'll say, what was I talking about? What was it? And I actually forget what I was talking about. So it's like a road journey. And you can go off on little side roads and go and visit a small town and have a coffee and then come back on the main road.
Well, there's a part of that, too, where you do an incredibly hilarious bit about Clash of the Titans. And you're just these bizarre things that you're pulling. But it's clear you're veering off the road and then you come back on. I have to ask. Go ahead.
I was going to say, was that Release the Kraken, then Retrieve the Kraken? Yes,
Yeah.
I did like the idea of Retrieve the Kraken. Actually, I've forgotten I was doing that. I gotta
Oh,
do
it's
that
it's
tonight.
hilarious. You make the point that they released the Kraken, but they never call the Kraken back in. So.
The Kraken just does whatever the Kraken wants to do. You never say, now Kraken, let's have an after match report. You just went nuts out there. Well, I'm a Kraken, working Kraken. Actually, this stuff is stuff I'm just making now. But it's quite nice, an after match report.
Oh,
where,
I was dying because there's a point where you're talking about even the Kraken at this point has become bored and is like,
killing everyone. I think the Kraken kills everyone. The good guys and the bad. Don't kill the good guys. How do I tell the good guys? Well, they're all right.
Yeah. No, it's brilliant. I have to say, knowing the dyslexia, you did Great Expectations recently, and you did playing 19 characters.
Yeah.
And you worked on it. I guess your brother adapted it because it's a voluminous work down to about 2 hours.
Yeah.
We are astonished, at the concept of say the one person play or whatever. Obviously you did it, but how did you do it? I guess is my question.
Well, I wanted to do it. I realized I'd never read a great work of literature, and I happened to be 150 years to the day younger than Charles Dickens. So I did this audiobook thinking, why don't I do an audiobook? And then they commission you to do the audiobook. They pay you a fee, so you have to read a book. So it started from there, where I was forced to read a book, and I'm very slow at reading it, and it's 20 hours of book, as you say. Then my brother cut it down, and I thought I could use the techniques I'd used in my stand-up, where I have characters talking to each other. Why are you doing this? Because I came from Monty Python type sketch comedy, and I brought that into the stand-up, being very influenced by Richard Pryor. And then I realized, because I've had a dramatic career for half my existence, I thought, well, why don't I do drama versions on stage? And Great Expectations got these rave reviews in New York, and then rave back in London, and now we've got Hamlet coming up in January in New York as well. So back at the Greenwich House Theatre. So I'm really looking forward to it. It's tough. It's 15,000 words to learn, and you can't really veer off. Occasionally I veer off, but that's just because I've forgotten where I was, and then I can almost do Dickensian speak now to ad-lib my way back onto the track.
So when you can ad-lib, give Dickensian ad-libs, that's pretty state-of-the-art. Yeah.
Well,
do you
have to do Dickensian and probably Shakespearean, because I will lose my track at some point. And it's better than saying, what's the line? That doesn't sound so good. But it's much better to say, forsooth, I would take from thee, sir, but we should more. And I can just work my way back onto it. I've got a big mind map. Because of my lack of brilliance in writing the word on the page, I seem to have developed this big mental map where I can see words, or I can see the pages.
Yeah.
Not brilliantly, not like Sherlock Holmes, who could memorize things, or some of these people who are brilliant at saying I could just see the entire page. But I've got quite a big memory in that, so that's how I use it, and it seems to work. People seem to like it.
Eddie, Steve and I are both fans of audiobooks. I usually always have one going on at all time. And have you? How many of you managed to narrate now? Are you doing it regularly?
No, narrating. It's only my own book, Believe Me, and Great Expectations, both of which are out there.
Okay.
But to actually read them out, it's not my biggest joy to sit and read. To listen to them is a big joy, but to actually do them is a little bit of a punishment.
Yeah,
for me,
I know a couple of people have done it. It's very laborious.
Yeah, you've got to go through it, and you make a mistake, and you want to make it perfect. And also, if you're doing character work, you've got to separate the characters down to a character, and then to a character. If you're playing Miss Havisham, it must be at a different place to Estella, who's a younger girl, and Miss Havisham is obviously a much older woman, and you've got to separate out. And you've only got the voices. You haven't got physicality to help you. You've got just sounds, and that's tricky. And it just takes a hell of a lot of work. And so, yeah, I will occasionally do them rather than make it my main thing.
I always considered it, and I held off for the longest time because I considered it cheating. You're not really reading, and then I thought to myself, well, I'm missing out on so much because I don't have the time. And then once I got into the world, I just went crazy. And then and let me ask us if this is true of you. You hear someone who you've heard on another book who really isn't that good, and you're like, oh, I can't get into this. You can be affected simply by, as you said, the performance, the reading can really can kill it.
Yes, that is unfortunate. Sometimes that it just doesn't work. Sometimes the timbre of the voice, just how the voice sounds, you think, I don't want to listen to that particular person for 20 hours. Yeah, it is a curious thing, and I don't know what people would think of me reading the two books that I've read, but yeah, and there's some people who make it their whole thing. They like it. They've got it. They made it into their own personal industry. They're going to read all the great classics and have them out there. And
it's such a good thing to do, especially for people who are dyslexic at whatever level. If you can consume it that way, you're getting some of this great work. You're getting it in some way or another, and that does make a difference. I wanted to ask you, because you perform stand-up in multiple languages. And I'm fascinated by that, and I'm fascinated by what ports, between languages. And I believe it's your contention that really it's pretty linear except for references. Right.
References.
Can you explain that?
Just think, if you think of alternative music, the alternative music bands, when they play, the mainstream pop audiences don't want to go and see them, but if they go around and they're playing in France and Germany and whatever, then the alternative music audience turns up for that. If you think of independent films, much more edgy type films or independent theater, that will be seen by a certain audience, and that's the same for stand-up. So my example was human sacrifice. If you say, I talk about human sacrifice because back in the day, it was all around the world without anyone talking to each other, but this kind of religious political control. And someone was saying, the weather is bad, the crops have failed, the gods obviously hate us, so we're going to kill Steve. And you would expect someone to say, whoa, why Steve? I mean, surely the gods created Steve. And then they say, oh, you're complaining. Is it Jeff? Right, well, you're next in line, Jeff. Well, I'm just thinking out loud. Right, good luck, Jeff. And now, if you say that in any country, any city, any town, everyone goes, yeah, why on earth? To be used to kill people to help the crop. Surely that was political control. And so that's the thing. Whereas if you talk about Hershey's bars, or you talk about Twinkie, or you talk about something that's very American, or some sports star that's very known in America, not known elsewhere, or political people known in America, not known, you go to another country, and they might go, now, who is this person? Now, what are you talking about? What is a Twinkie? I don't get it. Whereas you talk Kit Kat, you talk Mars bar, they're all around the world. If you talk Nelson Mandela, everyone knows him. You talk Barack Obama, everyone knows him. So you have to get your references kind of universal. That's the thing, universal references, and then it works. Or you can actually explain things. I've talked about Henry VIII, who's not known. Everyone knows the concept of a king, but I just say he ate a lot and he got very overweight and he ate cows and ducks and things, and then people go, okay, this is a crazy king. And then if you explain your terms, you can use them in your comedy, just like any story would be about a film could be about a story that you didn't know the references of or what's going on, but as it gets explained in the story, you go, okay, I know that it's a tribal story about people living in a tribe, and so I understand that's the head guy, that's the witch doctor, okay, and you can work it out. So you just have to explain your terms in it. But if you assume that people will understand your references, it will fall down. But humor is human. Well, it is universal.
Which is amazing, and what I love about your stand-up is, and I love this about Norm Macdonald as well, and a number of other people, the economy of language getting you to where you need to get to. So which leads me to the question: have you ever put together a stand-up set in not in English first? Have you ever put together a stand-up in another language?
That last one, I wasn't into Brexit. This sort of idea of my country doing kind of like secession happened in America. Half the people in our country said, "Come on, let's go away and be on our own." And we're having a bad time about that now. And I wasn't into that. So I thought instead of developing and doing workshops and doing work in progresses shows, which I normally do in English, either in America or in Britain, I thought, let's do it in French. So I did 2 months in Paris, tous les spectacles en français, improvisation en français, and going, hey, je m'appelle Eddie Izzard, je suis ici pour improviser, pour faire rodage. They call it rodage, which I really like.
Wow.
Rodage. Getting on the road and working your stuff into the right place, rodage. And yes, I did it for 2 months, and then I got about 20 minutes in French, and then I translated that into German, and I went to Berlin and continued doing it, Alles auf Deutsch in Berlin. And so it's kind of beautiful to do that because it reaches out, hopefully French and German kids going, well, if that English-speaking kid's doing it, I'm going to go. I'll do some things. And it makes the connections. That's what I'm all about politically, as I'm someone who's about to stand to be a member of Parliament in the UK. I want to make connections rather than break connections. That's what my life's about.
You have such a fascinating life. You're so cultured, and you've taken in a lot in your lifetime. I don't know much about your family life, or were your mother and father, were they performers? Were they or any siblings or anything? Does this thread through the family line, the type of person you are?
No, the performance. Mum was a nurse, but she loved amateur dramatics. She really did love it. She died when I was 6 years old, back in 1968. So it's a long time ago. It's a very sad part of the Izzard life, and it was devastating for Dad and my older brother Mark. But she loved to sing and to do small sketches, kind of things. Not really Monty Python. Wasn't as wacky as that. Dad was more into comedy, the Goon Show, which is Spike Milligan and Peter Sellers. People know Peter Sellers. That were big influence on Monty Python. People know Monty Python. And so I was influenced by Python and the Goons. And so we grew up with a good sense of humor in the family. Dad had a great sense of humor. My older brother Mark has a great sense of humor. And we could be a triple act doing one-liner, 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 one-liner. And and that was great. But I never got to experience that with Mum because she died when we were so young. But the performance comes from her, and the ability with words. That Dad loved chatting. You know, as I was saying, I'm going into politics now to stand in Brighton, in the south of England. And Dad just he really liked people. He could interact with people. And I do the same thing. And I'm about 80% Dad. That's what I am. Normally you think you're 50% Mum, 50% Dad, but I seem to be about 80% Dad.
It's funny how it works out like that, because my dad, my mom, when you describe your mother, is very similar to my mother, at least I think in temperament. She passed away when I was 20. I never got to really see whatever level of success I've achieved. And so, there's always that question, what would you'd hope Mom would be proud, and that that motivates you in a way. And it did you. It basically directed you towards theater, correct?
Oh, absolutely. She died when I was 6. So that was March 68. And just before she died, I played a raven. She made the costume out of it. There was a sort of patent thing to make the costume. And even though she was ill, she made this to me. And there's a picture of me standing in a raven costume in the garden, not looking terribly pleased about it. I remember playing this raven, and I got a laugh, but an accidental laugh. I didn't know what I was doing, and I just don't remember being that into it. And then about a year later, with this sudden loss of, we didn't know Mum was dying. This is the thing. There was an idea. There were 2 ideas. Either you tell, which I think is a better idea, you tell the young kids that a parent is going to pass away to get them ready for it, or you don't, so that they keep enjoying life with your parents still there, your mother, father. And then there was this sudden shock of her disappearing and never seeing her ever again. And I felt this devastation of loss of affection and love, because she was very loving. And then about a year, it's about January of 1970, so almost about 2 years later, I see a play, and I go, oh, this I need, because the kid on stage was getting a great reaction, and I thought, I need that. I want to be on stage. I want to do that. And I think I mentally was swapping the idea of the audience's affection from Mum's affection. Oh. And I think it's a psychological thing, which isn't necessarily bad, because it is conditional love. A mother might give unconditional love even if you stray from the path and you become an idiot, and they still love you. But an audience, I think, will go, no, hang on, you're doing rubbish now. This performance is not good. I want to see the good stuff. Do the good stuff, and then we'll give you affection. And so I work for that from an audience, but I try and do good work so that they will give, yes, here's a bit of an applause for you for doing good work.
You just described the Philadelphia audience, by the way. They'll let you know for sure. By the way, Eddie's going to be at the Miller Theater Thursday and Friday night, 8 p.m. both nights.
Eddie, I am so impressed by your cosmopolitan nature, your ability to speak so many different languages, the fact that you've traveled the world. And I had forgotten, I read it again this morning, that you were born in Yemen, which is a country that fascinates me because it is in many ways a broken country. Have you ever returned, and what were your impressions of that place then and now?
Well, 2008, we went back. I was doing the series The Riches in America, and because the writer's strike happened back then, that was the previous writer's strike, and we said, okay, we can't work. Why don't we go to Yemen? I don't know quite how I linked those two together, but it was... it was before the Civil War. Now the Civil War's happened, and apparently it is now easing up, which is a great thing. And I've raised money. I've helped raise over £100,000 to try and get help people in Yemen having this terrible time of a proxy civil war, which for people in America, people in Britain, it's like, what is that? Other countries are backing forces to fight the civil war in there, which is just a hellish thing for them to live through. So we went back there. We literally only had 3 days, but Dad could say, there you were born. That was the hospital where your mum worked. This is where my offices were. And he was there 8 years. Mum was there 5 years. So it was a big, the city of Aden, which the British call Aden, but is in fact Aden in Arabic. And that's where we were born. And so I never forget that. I always say, it's the country of my birth is Yemen, and I want to help, and hopefully things get better now.
Yeah, it's a terrible situation, and we obviously are aware of your charitable work, which is amazing, but that also leads into the category of you being damn near a superhero in your physical capabilities, because you did that marathon. And what did it end up being? It was
it's 43 and 51 days around the UK, then 27 marathons and 27 days in South Africa, which was tough because the heats get up to 110 Fahrenheit in the day. And then there was 29 and 29 days. And then I did ones on treadmill as well during lockdown. I did 31 marathons.
It's
31 days.
superhuman. I mean, I have to ask you, were you under medical supervision at any of this time? Because
Yes.
Okay.
Loosely initially, and then more. Yes, I was under medical supervision, but it's not that superhero. Other people have done stuff. There's American runners who've done amazing things. There's people around the world. There's a guy in India who was 100 and he kept running marathons, and so we can do this. It's just that I can set up. Maybe because I came out as trans back in 38 years ago, back in 1985. That was the thing. I thought it was to be more honest, to be more open about it. But it was quite a tough thing to do, and people would give you a hard time in the street or fight you in the streets.
Right.
And because I felt this was positive but difficult, I can do other things which are positive but difficult, including running marathons and helping raise over £4 million now, which is about $5 million for charity around the world. So I love doing that. I mean, I love finishing. Doing it, I don't really love.
Eddie, we hear tell that even one marathon can wreak havoc on your nipples if you're not properly prepared.
Yeah.
You must have this down pat.
Well, yeah, it depends. There's the chafing of bodies, but it's also how fast you're going. I think the faster you're going, the more chafing happens. And I'm going quite slow because I'm doing them every day. So if the world record is 2 hours for marathons, I am doing 6-hour marathons, but which seems like, well, that's a lot slower. But then I'm doing one the next day and the next day and the next day and the next day. So,
right, you win.
Yeah, that's how I do it.
Wow. I mean, I have a friend who she is over 70 now, and just, is and listen, I like to try to run, and I wanted to ask you this because I ran into this issue. I went for a nice jog in the spring, and I thought it was not cold, but it was a little too cold for my lungs, and I want to know. Because I thought maybe I was dying because I was tasting blood in my breath. And as it turns out that is not uncommon. It's not something you want, but you're basically busting like capillaries and stuff like that. And there is bleeding, but you're not necessarily bleeding. Do you ever run into that from time to time in colder temperatures?
I don't think, so when I ran through Europe, it was really cold. But I don't think I've had that. Or maybe I have, and I've just ignored it because there was so much other rough stuff going on, just cold. I had multiple layers on. I just needed to get this done and then move on to the next city to run the next one. So, yeah, I don't know that exact thing, but yes, I think a medical doctor would probably be a better person to explain on that than me. I tend to feel that you should run through. There's a thing if you're training or whatever that somebody might go, oh, that hurts a bit, I'm going to stop. But I think, oh, that hurts a bit, I should walk it out. I should get my hands in there and just have a go at it and just try and ease it up. You can keep going through things, as people do in wartime, in really tough situations, things hurt, but the human body can be tough. If the brain is telling the body, keep going, you can keep going in a lot of circumstances.
Speaking of the military, and correct me if I'm wrong, were you not at one point planning on going into the military? And in fact, you were looking at what is, I guess, the British equivalent of Delta Force, something like that?
Yeah, I was kind of obsessed in special forces, and that was, it was the way I felt, I thought, I don't know. It just seemed to be that's the one I wanted to do. So I knew about the SAS. I knew a lot about that, and you had to get in. You have to. I think you could apply for Delta Force or SEALs straight out of civilian life. I'm not sure about that in America, but in Britain you have to go through being in the Marines or the Paras or regular army, and then apply to Special Forces. And that was my thing. And then I thought, hang on, which war will I be sent to? And I realized if you're in forces, you can't choose which war you get sent to. Well, I'll do this war. No, World War II was a war that was very clear, and I would have volunteered at 15. I would have been in there. I just would have got in there. But so instead, I feel that the whole thing about coming out as trans and whatever, and fighting those fights or just trying to be myself, that was my fight. And so I've done that and tried to stand up for myself and keep going. And the mental health that it gave me, it's a good, positive mental health. And no one was, apart from a few fights in the streets, no one was getting hurt by this, the way I was doing it. So that's been my Special Forces, civilian division.
Civilian division, Special Forces.
Eddie,
Yeah.
as we're doing this interview, I glanced over at our text messages, and I knew I would see this the second I look over, and it's a text that says, cake or death. So
yes,
that bit, how long ago, and that bit still rings true. How long ago did you do that?
Well, it was talking about fundamentalism because it was the first time that Islamic fundamentalism had came on the scene, and then I realized that we'd had in Christian fundamentalism before, which, in the Christian faith, some people who worship the Christian faith in America take it to what I feel is an extreme that Jesus wouldn't agree with. But then there's back into the Spanish Inquisition, and death was included within you're going to agree with us or you're going to die. And I was talking about the Church of England in Britain, which, because we have the Catholic Church and the Church of England, which is the Protestant church. But back in the day, back in the 1500s, around Shakespeare's time, it was, we will burn you at the stake if you even read from the wrong Bible. And they kept swapping kings over who were swapping faiths over.
Right.
So it was a fundamentalist time. And now we're much more chilled. And the idea of having a Church of England fundamentalist, that's where it came from. Because they're all about have a cup of tea, have a bit of cake, and then there's a raffle, and we're going to win something, raising money. They're all very nice and helpful people. And I can get on very easily with Church of England people. Probably Catholic Church people in Britain. Everything's quite relaxed on that religious front in our country. But the fundamentalists, the idea of having a Church of England fundamentalist, that's where cake or death came from. Would you like cake or do you choose to die? So everyone was going for cake, and then they ran out of cake. So I was doing that last night in DC, so it's kind of crazy. People do want to, they do say to me, cake or death, and I go, or I just say or, and then.
But it's great that I know you've done that routine quite a while back, and it still resonates. People still love it. I mean, like if you do a search on Eddie Izzard on YouTube, that one comes up immediately.
That and Death Star Canteen, that comes up a lot. And there's a number of Singe sur la branche, and talking about weird lines of French that you were taught at school, or Spanish, which you didn't think were very useful when you got to the country you're going to speak the language in. So you get taught these odd phrases which don't help.
It's brilliant stuff. And if you think about, and you talked about earlier with your mother and the ingredients that go into the human stew that generate, all these attributes that you have, and these things that make you who you are, how they are sort of, piecemeal together through life, and you may not, you're not in the moment realizing it, but in retrospect, it's like, oh wow, what a fascinating thing. I mean, because do you get time to breathe in the success that you have had, or is that something you don't have time for?
No, I think it happens in real time. As I mentioned, I was campaigning back in the city of Brighton in the south of England, and people in the streets, they come up, and I know they're reacting probably from the marathons or from some film, dramatic film I've been in, or some comedy special that I've done, from a number of things, all from the Great Expectations dramatic version, one-person version that I did before. So I know that I'm trying to do things that impress me in the end, because I think most of us are kind of just average people when we grow up. Some people are kind of born special, and that they have to kind of deal with that, because that takes them to a slightly odder place as well. But most of us are born just like most people, and then I've tried to add layers of interestingness on top, so that I'm going, wow, that was good. Oh, those marathons, that's pretty good. And I'm trying to like myself by doing things which I think are positive and helpful, or dramatically interesting, or comedically interesting and out there and pushing the edge. and then you can live with yourself. It's good for your mental health. Get mental health.
Yeah.
We never used to talk about it, and now we do, and I think that's a good thing.
I think there's a good mental health treatment available to people now. Want to purchase a
Absolutely.
ticket?
Thursday and Friday night. You'll be able to see the shows at the Miller Theater, 8 p.m. both nights. You are fascinating and entertaining individual, Eddie, and it is great to talk to you. And we hope you enjoy your time in Philadelphia. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It'd be great to be back.
Our pleasure. Eddie Izzard, guys. Man, what an individual. Something else. What a life. Awesome. Love it.
I mean, even in that, what is it? Always shines. My ex superhero. What was it?
My ex my girlfriend.
My ex super.
My super ex. My super ex.
Girlfriend.
It's sort of a lesser movie, and it still has its moments. It's with Uma Thurman and the cast is good, but he is the nemesis who has a reason for being the nemesis.
Yep.
And stands out.
Uma Thurman did that. He's great in that. So that was awesome. All right, a couple of reminders of some things that are taking place. It's my super ex-girlfriend.
There we go.
There it is.
What were we saying?
I don't know.
We were saying I walked the line.
Okay.
We have your chance to win tickets to the Eagles home opener on Thursday. Courtesy of our friends from Dunkin'. As we speak, there is a photo, there is video of a giant jar filled with Dunkin' coffee beans in it. So you need to guess how many are in that. If you are closest without going over, you will win those tickets to Thursday night's game.
May I suggest something?
Yes.
We released the video of the coffee beans as a soothing ASMR kind of thing.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah.
Because if
been there, done that. Right? There we go.
If it's rolling around, it can make that noise. All right. So anyhow, and then you go to PrestonandSteve.com, and that's how you enter your guest. So make sure that you do it that way. By the way, Casey gave me this. We have tickets to see Eddie Izzard. Yeah. The Thursday night show. We'll take call number 16 at 215.
It's so stupid.
263 WMMR. I just can't believe I can't make that noise. And it's at the Kimmel Cultural Campus. So if you would like to go, we will set you up with those tickets right now.
It's hilarious stuff. I mean,
is.
that Clash of the Titans cracking bit.
It was cracking me up.
Was just unbelievable.
It was cracking me up. All right, we're going to take a break. Come back in a second. And we'll get the bizarre files. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMM.
You eat this thing with this food that has another name for its worm-like appearance. All you need to know is worm-like noodle, and you know it's vermicelli.
That's
any
it.
of the other information. Right?
That's what makes it such a great game. Is that there are tactics that can be employed that are. It's not just happenstance. I mean, there certainly is a level of that, but there is a way to play the game and have different methodologies that can get you across the line. And then, of course, there's also luck.
Tons of luck.
Yeah, and that's it.
And then that clue I just mentioned is a great example of, as a viewer, you might know vermicelli, but then you learned all of this stuff about the Eid festival and another quote. Like, you can learn, like, of course there's the game aspect, but then there's all the other information which may not help you get the answer. It's like, oh, I didn't realize that, you know?
Yeah.
When I host trivia night at my kid's school. We brought it to the school. It's Quizzo night, and I'm the one who comes up with the questions. And I take a page out of Jeopardy's notebook. Like, I will ask a question where, you know, the audience will be like, how am I supposed to know the answer to this? And then you're supposed to ask yourself, how am I supposed to know the answer to this? The answer is in the question. Like, why would you think that any of us would even know this answer? Well, what's the question and how is it asked?
You're right.
Great riddles are done that way.
And that's it. Exactly. If you watch like a straight up college bowl type of game where they don't do that, you'll get slaughtered because it's as dry and unborder collie-ish, you know, in the way that you can be directed a little bit. It's just antiseptically, what is this? And I have to tap out, but I can do better at Jeopardy because of just a little bit of prodding will get you there.
There's usually like 3 clues in each clue, and I think I got a chance to finally meet the writers. As a contestant, you've no contact with the writers. So as the host, I finally got to meet them, and I was just like singing their praises because I think the format of the show, having so many clues, like if there's a category about, you know, some pop artist or some subject you don't know, it's only a couple questions and there's a bunch of other stuff. That's one thing. But the writing of the clues is so masterful. And I was like, I'm not worthy, because it's exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
There's always a way, even if you don't know the information, to find, like, except for maybe the $2,000 clues, which sometimes you got to know it or you don't.
It's true.
90% of the clues, you can figure it out. And that is as much fun as knowing something cold.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, no, you're right.
Buzzy, I wanted to ask you about another book. It's called Answers in the Form of Questions. Claire McNear wrote it. I don't know if you had a chance to read it or even. And she goes into the production of the show and where the contestants stay and what they bring to the set and how many different pairs of clothes they have to wear and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Do you think that was an accurate representation of what your time as a contestant on Jeopardy was like?
Absolutely. Claire is fabulous. Like, we joke that if Jeopardy is Harry Potter, she's our, like, Rita Skeeter or whatever. She's like,
the Daily Quiddler or whatever.
Yeah. Or what, I don't know if she likes that, but I actually, I interviewed her. I actually invited her out to, there's like an ex-Jeopardy trivia night here in LA, which is like known as one of the hardest bar trivia nights in the country. So I made her come out and play to have that experience. She's incredible, and she really knows her stuff. And she's a fan, and I think that's I really recommend that book to people who are fans of the show, because you start to see all these different sides of the experience, whether it's, being a contestant, sort of community afterwards. I think she did a great job of sort of giving everyone a taste of the experience, and not everyone's experience is the same. Some people have, not a great experience when they come to taping because of whatever reason. But I think she did an amazing job.
That's
I
cool.
love that book.
I knew about the filming schedule and 5 a day, but what I didn't consider is, say, when you had your 9-game run, you were doing all those, you had to have knocked out 5 in one day as a contestant as well, correct?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Wow.
so my first game was a Monday game. So I did 2 consecutive tape days, and I lost in the 10th game. I lost on the last game of the second day. And I think that's part of what, once you're a contestant, when you see someone go on a long streak, the endurance of, just shot nerves coming in to do it again. I mean, it's not, they usually only tape 2 or 3 days a week. So it's not like you're doing 5 days of 5 shows a day.
Right.
But it's still just such an impressive feat of endurance. And getting ready to host, I knew I needed to have endurance and bring the same energy to a Thursday or Friday game that I bring to a Monday game.
Yeah.
So for that month where I knew I was going to be guest hosting, I was doing a ton of training. I would do strength training in the morning.
Yeah.
And then I would do like cardio 2 times throughout the day just to make sure I could still summon the energy.
To have the pheromones released. Yeah. I can
exactly.
absolutely see that, to be sharp. I wanted to ask you, just you in your personal life, we know you were in the music industry, or may actively still be, went to school for communications, and so
music. I studied music.
Music. Okay. So what do you do? We had a little bit of a hint here and there.
Yeah.
But specifically, what are you mostly involved with, Buzzy?
I do music for commercials, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, so I do. I find music for commercials, or I, hire composers to write music for commercials.
Do you yourself play or write, or?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I don't really do anything for professionally, but for fun, I play and write a lot. Yeah.
So for specific campaigns, you'll choose the music.
Absolutely. So I'm sure everybody is gonna give me a hard time for this, but like the Airbnb campaign that everyone thought was the In Memoriam films.
Right.
I did all those. So I did all the music for those.
Very nice. Very nice.
I do. Yeah.
I mean, that can be very lucrative. Now, obviously, you get a quicker hit from a win on Jeopardy. And correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know if this is true. We have big discussions about nicknames on the show and how one earns a nickname. Were you appointed your nickname while still in
yes.
in utero?
Yeah.
You were?
Yes.
How
Yes,
did that happen?
Well, I'm 36, and I think when I was in my mom's stomach, we didn't have sexing of babies yet. It wasn't quite as advanced as it is now.
Right.
And so they didn't know if I was a boy or a girl. And I have an older sister, and she needed something to call the bump, right? Because it was like, oh, there's a baby in there. And my dad had gone to high school with a guy named Buzzy, and he thought it was a cool name. To be honest, I think the original nickname was Bozo. And my mom was like, we're not calling this baby Bozo.
You dodged a bullet.
We switched to Buzzy. They gave me my real name, Austin, after Steve Austin, the $6 Million Man.
Cool.
My sister's name is Lindsay, like Lindsay Wagner, the Bionic Woman. So
no way.
Big fans of
Bionics
sci-fi.
That's funny.
But the funny thing is, like, my great-grandmother, who was alive when I was born, my mom was like, all right, I'm going to let her decide, because my dad kept calling me Buzzy. And my mom's like, there's no way she's going to let this kid be called Buzzy. And my great-grandmother, like, spent some time with me, and she goes, Austin's much too big a name for such a little person. I'm going to call him Buzzy. And so that's how I've been Buzzy for my whole life.
It's done. There you go.
Nice.
It works, though.
Well, listen, you've done a great job. The hosting
Thank you.
continues through to Friday, and Tournament of Champions. And of course, you can see that at 7 o'clock on ABC here locally in Philadelphia. Buzzy, great talking with you, man. Thanks so much for
having
coming on
me.
this morning. We appreciate
Go
it.
Birds. Trust the
Yeah.
process.
There you go. Love it.
He knows it all.
Cohen, man. Take care, brother. We'll see you later. Oh, my God. That's
That was
great.
terrific.
He's
That
actually
is great.
from Jersey.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well, if I had the confidence, that's the show I'd love to be on. I just don't have the confidence to be on something that wide ranging. You know, every now and then I'll get, man, I can run like 2 categories and feel like, I'm the champ. After splitting from Kristen Cavallari after 10 years together, sources tell ET that Jay Cutler is on the celeb dating app called Raya.
This just in, Jay Cutler's on the dating app Soraya.
Psoriasis. Raya. No.
It's for people looking for other people with skin conditions.
That's cool.
Let's meet for some drinks and chafe together. Let's flake together.
Yeah.
And then I am on a site for people with vitiligo.
Oh, let's flake together.
No, I think it's like one that you have to be accepted into.
Raya. Is it one of these where you need
like some
you
sort
have
of
to be somebody?
Yeah, like
She's
notoriety.
right. Yes. In fact, it is the celebrity
notoriety.
Raya.
I don't know. I don't even know if that's how you pronounce it. Maybe it's Raya. Raya. But
Who really cares?
His profile on Raya says, let's see here. He's here just for friends.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, whatever, man.
Friends, friends will touch your genitals.
You can diddle.
Yeah.
Who gets to decide whether or not you're a celebrity worthy enough to be on this website?
I think they have actually a vetting committee.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah, I believe that's the way it goes. And they will determine. Think of it as there's like a Steve Rubel standing in front of Studio 54, and they decide whether you're appropriate for this website.
So, well, listen, in honor of, was it International Geek Day? Or?
It's just Geek Pride Day.
Geek Pride Day.
Yeah.
I'd been working on an impression. You guys want to hear it? So, Steve, you do your Batman impression, but you have that...
processor.
You have the processor. Okay. I don't have a processor.
Are we supposed to guess what this impression is?
No, it's Batman. It's Batman.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, you ready?
Okay, yeah.
Please keep that kryptonite away from me.
Is that a line he says in the movie?
No, please keep that kryptonite away from me.
You sound like Cookie Monster.
Yeah.
Oh.
It sounds like it hurts when you do that.
No.
Please keep that cookies away from me.
Is it because it's a Superman impression?
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I've been working on it.
It's really good. It's really good.
I got it.
So it's a Superman impression.
I was confused why the whole kryptonite
It's a
thing,
terrible joke that I heard with Chuck over the weekend. You say this is Batman, but you obviously say Superman line, and then somebody says, that's Superman. And then you go, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Like, that's Superman. I told Chuck, I said, dude, I'm going to hang myself out to dry next week.
Yeah.
But you did it, man. You took the bullet.
Are we on air?
Yeah, we are.
I think we're still on air.
In fact, Bill's coming down the hallway with an award for Casey. That was great.
That was amazing.
That's an immediate A+. That's like my joke. Good morning, Cincinnati.
He knows funny.
Yeah.
Wow.
Please keep that kryptonite.
Just don't do one that sounds like Cookie Monster.
Cookie Monster.
Like the thanks man thing, I was like, I didn't even get that part of it. So, sorry, man.
Nick got it. He was following.
I know.
I enjoyed every second of it.
And Bill's has that award in his hands.
Yep. By the way, somebody said we should make Bad Dad Joke Cookie Monster a character. So you have to do all the dad jokes.
What was the last one I just did off air?
The thing is that it was not attempting a Cookie Monster,
it wasn't.
but that became your default.
Take that tonight away from me. Tell me, do you like cookies? Me too.
Me too.
Tonight, when you go back home, turn off the cookie light.
Tell me, do you like to eat cookies? Me too.
Did you know that Mortal Kombat was
it from Finland?
No.
What was the joke?
I forget. It's something like...
My mother was born in Iceland, and my father was born in Cuba. That makes me an ice cube.
Mortal Kombat was based off of a Scandinavian song. It was a Finnish hymn.
You get it? Finish him.
All right, I like Bad Dad Joke Cookie Monster.
Oh, man.
It's a thing now, Kat.
Yeah.
Kathy!
Wow.
Oh, God.
Anything to make you cringe, Kath.
Anything.
Pizza Hut seems to be trying to bring in new customers by reviving old menu items, and the latest is what they call the Edge, part of the chain's nostalgia campaign.
WMMR.
All right, couple things. We are at the end of the Bizarre File. Going to give away the Eagles tickets that we have. We will announce our winner. Everything is closed out now, and that is courtesy of our friends from Duncan. But before we do the Bizarre File, Kathy, you said you had a little bit of an update on the man on the loose, the escaped convict.
Yeah, they just held another press conference, and it was sort of just what happened overnight. But they were saying that they believe that they have him, within this now new perimeter, 8 to 10 square miles. They have about 500 officers out there in full tactical gear. The perimeter goes from Route 23 to the north, Route 100 to the east, Fairview and Nantmeal roads to the south, and Iron Bridge and County Park Road to the west. They believe that he is in there. He's changed a bit. He left that green sweatshirt that he picked up at the dairy farm. He left that, so he got a few things out of the garage that he was able to get into, and including a rifle, which they say he has. He has ammunition, and they're telling people they're not evacuating, and they're not even putting a shelter in place right now. They're just saying to stay secure, make sure that everything is locked: your doors, your windows, your garages, your cars. I mean, he walked right into this garage. They don't believe that he knew anybody was in the garage at the time, but that's where he was able to get. And then he went onto someone else's porch and got work boots. So he left those prison shoes behind, and now he's got work boots on.
That's how he got the first vehicle. Is that they left the keys in the vehicle, and that's how he was able to.
He's in the vehicle.
Yeah. So you can really stall his efforts if you pay attention.
Yeah, they're not commenting on any assistance that he may have received, but they're saying where he is now, he's not getting assistance. He's back, in the middle of the woods. They're saying it's similar terrain over to where Longwood Gardens was. Said some things different, but some things similar. And they're working with the county emergency system on maps, and there's creeks in there, so they're back, out searching this perimeter. And during the press conference, Lieutenant Pivens, he's from the Pennsylvania State Police, and he's been speaking this whole time. You can tell they're getting tired and a little testy with people's comments, because people are questioning them as to. Somebody asked what went wrong, and he said, "I don't know why you think anything would have gone wrong. We're still out there searching for him."
Right.
They're indicating, why do you keep missing him? But he wasn't so happy
I
with
can
that
understand
question.
that frustration, but you can also understand the questions going. You had contained in this area, and it's widened and gotten away from there when you said, "Yeah, we think we're going to have him." So, it's
You
all.
had an interesting take on it, Preston.
Shut the f*** up!
And that's it.
Yeah. I don't know anything about anything, but it sounds to me like they're closing in on him.
They're closing it on.
I'm serious.
Yeah.
If I were a betting man,
you'd think.
I think today might be the day.
What if he's listening and now he knows that they're closing in
that's
on
right. He's a podcaster.
Well,
I know that he submitted for the coffee beans.
He did?
Yeah.
Wow.
The police really, I'm
I don't want to tip them too much, but they probably should head to the Springfield Mall. Into the,
Casey's mom saw him yesterday.
Oh, my God.
In the parking lot
That's right.
outside of Macy's.
She clotheslined him, but he got away, right? He was
saw
running
him.
out and she stuck her arm out.
She was walking in and she thought she
she's so
recognized him, and then when she was on her way back out, she took another look and
He was gone.
No, he
Yes,
was
do
still
you listen
there.
to the radio? Casey is my son, and I want to tell you I've seen the convict.
So how did she call you?
Well, no. I was talking to her. I was, just doing the dishes in the kitchen yesterday, and she's like, "Oh," and she tells me that she sees this guy, and he's wearing the sweatshirt and blah blah blah. And then when she walked back out, she was like, "I think that's that guy." I go, "Mom, he's probably not hanging out in the Springfield Mall parking lot. He's probably holed up in the woods somewhere." And she's like, "Well, he was on his phone." I go, "Oh, and now he's got a phone." Okay.
On his phone.
Yeah.
It's funny how she forgot. Oh, I forgot to tell you.
Right.
I saw the escaped convict today.
Yeah.
You know,
That's
though,
great.
do you remember the little girl? I forget her last name, but her first name was Dulce. Remember
Yes,
the one that was
she's abducted from a park.
abducted from a park, never found.
Yes.
Shortly after she was abducted, I was at Urban Air in East Norriton, and I was like, that is her.
Yeah.
That's Dulce. So much so
Did
that
you steal her?
No, but what I felt, I was like, if I don't tell somebody, what if it was her?
What if it was?
What if it was her? And so I did. I made a report, and I was like, look, it's probably not, but this little girl had like the hair pulled back in the ponytail, like the picture they kept showing.
I'm going to have to handle this.
It looked like this little girl, and I just put the report in just in case.
On the floor, bitch. Where'd you get that little girl?
All right. Well, thank you for the latest, Kathy. Let's do the bizarre file. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right. So I always have bear stories, it seems like. Officials, officials closed part of the Custer Gallatin National Forest in southwestern Montana after a hunter was recently mauled by a grizzly bear. The hunter on Friday was tracking a deer when the bear attacked. Members of the hunting party called
Casey's mother saw me.
911, and emergency crews used a helicopter ambulance to fly the hunter to a nearby hospital. The attack happened south of Big Sky, a popular resort area about 55 miles north of Yellowstone. They implemented an emergency closure in the area near the attack while authorities seek the bear, which they said may have been shot. But in recent weeks, a number of aggressive encounters between humans and grizzlies in Montana reported. They recently found one, and they had to euthanize it because they found
Aren't those children in Asia?
DNA evidence that it was the one that had killed this woman a little while back.
So if you want to see why, again, that nothing was as telling recently, Preston, as that video of the bear casually taking a swipe at a guy, just a casual swipe, and seeing the damage that caused.
Yeah.
That's how powerful they are.
Yep. All right, this story is out of Louisiana. A storm passed through, causing most of a Taco Bell sign to fall on a car, trapping someone inside. I mean, this sign was huge. It's like the big ones that are out in front that you see from the highway. Yeah. So the person was freed and sent to a nearby hospital. The person's condition is unknown. The sheriff said the individual was taken out of the car very carefully, and miraculously, she was not injured more than what her injuries were.
We found a taco in her ass.
Wait, what? That came from the sign?
She was eating in the parking lot.
He said, as you can tell, if you do some close-ups of where the sign actually fell, no one else was injured because it's a pretty big sign.
Wow,
very high
that's
sign.
huge.
Yeah, we're just thankfully that nobody got seriously injured. Yeah, it crushed the car.
Wow.
Police also said a roof was ripped off of a restaurant as well, so it was a rough day. After enduring nearly a month of heartache and anxiety, a dog owner can finally rest after her missing dog was found safely at Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson Airport on Saturday. So the dog was running around for a month.
And then eventually made the call.
Delta Airlines passenger Paula Rodriguez's 6-year-old dog, Maya, was lost in August at the airport. The airport's operations team found Maya hiding near North Cargo facilities. She said they had tried, but they had said the dog was tired, but in apparent good health, and was transported to a vet and is expected to return home soon. So they had arrived in Atlanta for a layover. Rodriguez was informed by Border Patrol staff that her tourist visa did not meet the necessary requirements. They canceled her visa and told her that she would need to return home on the next flight. With the next flight to Punta Cana scheduled for the following day, Rodriguez faced the distressing reality of spending the night alone in a detention center separated from her dog. They called a Delta agent who took Maya from me. She said the next day Rodriguez arrived at her flight's gate early, eagerly awaiting a reunion with Maya. To her dismay, she never arrived. Unable to remain in the U.S. for over 24 hours without a visa, she was left no choice. She had to get on a flight and leave without Maya.
That'd be horrible.
An experience that triggered a panic attack during her journey home. Well, 2 days after Maya went missing, a Delta representative contacted Rodriguez to share unfortunate news. He said that she was being transported to the plane on the runway, and staff had opened her kennel, and she escaped in the middle of the runway. Despite Rodriguez's relentless calls to Delta for updates, weeks went by without receiving any information. With the cancellation of her tourist visa, Rodriguez sent her mother to Atlanta to join the search efforts in the vast 4,000 acres of Hartsfield-Jackson Airport. Rodriguez shared the agonizing toll that Maya's disappearance had taken and describing her experience as a living nightmare. But fortunately, her worst fears faded on Saturday when Atlanta airport officials announced Maya's discovery 3 weeks after she was lost, so she's getting the dog back. Pretty amazing that a dog was around that long.
Yes.
And they managed to find it. A Vermont Vermont armed robbery suspect who police say eluded capture in the past week. Kind of reminds us of our guy here locally.
Yeah.
In a vehicle, on a stolen bike, on foot, and in a stolen sailboat, was arrested Thursday after he was spotted in a kayak on a river.
What is that?
A kayak? Kayaki? Eric Edson was wanted on accusations of a robbery of a store, impending and assaulting 2 police officers, and then theft of a sailboat and vehicles. Police Chief John Murad said because...
It sounds like a showcase on The Price is Right.
It totally does.
A sailboat and a kayak.
He said because of the unusualness...
And a Motorola television set.
Mr. Edson's various modes of flight, from cars to bikes to paddleboards to sailboats to tractors, it's easy to lose sight of the fact that Mr. Edson is a dangerous person. So police had responded to a man...
A sailboat. A kayak. Kayak.
Police responded to a man passed out in a running vehicle that matched the description of one used in a robbery. A week before, when officers roused him, he fled at a high rate of speed,
Now
assaulting
you need to guess his sentence without going over.
both officers with the vehicle. That evening, he fled police on foot and then stole a bicycle before stealing a sailboat on Lake Champlain. Edson was intercepted by the Coast Guard, but after the sailboat ran aground at the base of the lakeside cliffs, he fled. Police received a tip Thursday that he was spotted in a kayak on Lamoli River in Georgia, Vermont. Edson landed the kayak, ran away, and then jumped into the river and swam to the southern shore, where he was arrested by troopers and game wardens, police said.
Basically running his own Ironman triathlon.
Totally. He is expected to be arraigned on Friday, by the way, and that is what I have in the bizarre file for you for now. All right, all morning long, we have asked you to take a look at this giant jar of Dunkin' coffee beans that we have and try to guess how many beans are in there. And I want to thank our interns for meticulously counting through all of that and figuring out our number. And I have the number, and ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner. So the exact amount. Does anybody want to guess, or you guys already know?
I don't know.
I have to recuse myself.
Are we allowed to guess?
Yeah, go ahead.
10,100.
10,100. That's actually a really good guess.
That's a real.
The actual retail price or amount of beans is 10,422. Our closest guess was 10,420.
Wow, 2 beans off?
And that means our winner is Lisa, and she's on the line right now. Lisa, hi.
Hi.
Congratulations. You got closer than anyone else, 10,420, and the exact number was 10,422. That means you get tickets to the home opener on Thursday night. How about that?
Oh my gosh. Thank you so much.
It is our pleasure. Where are you from, by the way, Lisa?
Marlton, New Jersey.
Marlton, New Jersey. All right, do us a favor and say thank you, Duncan.
Thank you, Duncan.
Absolutely. All right, congratulations to you, Lisa. We hope you have a great time, okay?
Thank you so much.
All right, hang on the line. So,
You know what's cool is we could say all the Eagles and all that stuff because they're an official sponsor. That's
right.
So we thank Duncan for giving us those tickets. And don't forget, Eagles fans, every Monday through December 25th, Duncan Rewards members can get a free medium hot or iced coffee with purchase. Limit 1 per member per Monday, and exclusions, additional charges, and terms may apply. Participation may vary. Limited time offer. So there you go. A reminder, we also have Tattoo Day today. So make sure that you text word tattoo to 39333. We'd love for you to win a Preston and Steve Show themed tattoo from Floating World Tattoo and Piercing, 1729 South Street in Philadelphia. When we come back, well, we won't give it away yet. We still got to do trash and music.
Yeah.
Questions. So let's do that first. But you got a little bit of time to text word tattooed to 39333. More of the A to Z coming up too.
I'd like to introduce a new pizza sensation to you. It's called The Edge. Some people say this is a revolutionary pizza, but it's not. It's a pizza that's been here before, probably in your own big fat belly. Remember what we say here, avoid the noid.
That's Domino's. This is Pizza Hut. All right, so it's called The Edge, and
It's called The Edge.
Pizza Hut considers The Edge. It was first introduced in 1997, and they call The Edge a tavern-style pizza.
Oh, yeah.
It's cut into 16 squares and comes in a cracker-thin crust.
I remember this.
Geometrically perfect and a taste sensation that'll rock your world.
And it will be available at participating Pizza Hut locations.
Order now and receive a mid-sized Coke.
Mid-size.
It'll be available at participating locations nationwide for about $13.
So I did Pizza Hut just not that actually that long ago. It was probably during Lent, and I did it because we had been talking about it. I'm like, I
You're a
haven't.
man of faith.
Well, I hadn't had a Pizza Hut pizza in a long time, so I ended up getting a regular pizza, and then I got the stuffed crust pizza. And I know that you guys are all out on stuffed crust. I thought the stuffed crust was.
You're a filthy animal.
I know, but I thought it was markedly better.
I'm not out on stuffed crust, but I just don't order it. You know what I mean?
Too much.
I know, and I
Why don't they just take a fire hose and spray cheese on you as you come in?
Right.
So this pizza, looking at it, I'm glad thin crust has kind of made its way around the country because I grew up in St. Louis. This pizza called the Emos. You guys know I've talked about it for years. That's what it is. It's just thin crust pizza.
Version of The Edge.
It's cut in squares. That's the way they've always cut it, and it's been since I was a baby. Essentially that I've had that. So
Suckling at your mother's teeth.
I prefer this type of pizza. I'm glad that it's made its way around.
And so I don't actually ever remember this as a menu item. So
I don't
you
remember
guys,
this from Pizza Hut either, Steve.
I do.
I remember Domino's.
You do?
I do remember this, yeah, and I remember it because of like the way that they were able to cram as much pizza on as thin a crust as possible and get it all the way to the edge. Hence the name.
Well, this was kind of like you said, 97, right?
Yeah.
So like that was past at least my Pizza Hut days. I think the last time I had Pizza Hut, I was in like middle school.
You were not in college or ordering pizza.
Was the time at downtown Julie Brown.
Wubba wubba wubba.
No, Nick. You
Wubba wubba was the battle cry as they took to the pizzas. And the ovens flamed with the fires of edginess.
Wubba wubba.
So Nick, we had like the famous like pizza restaurant that we would go to in Westchester.
What famous pizza restaurant was it?
Mores, I think it was called. Mores.
That's amores. It's love.
We had Oips.
College towns always have the the local pizza joints.
Yeah,
It's fantastic. The one at University of Missouri was Shakespeare's, and it was outstanding.
Original Italian pizza, Oips. Everybody ordered.
Oips?
Yeah, original Italian pizza is what that stood for, and that was the college town pizza. Yeah, so but you wouldn't order from OIP. You'd from Oips. That's
I like
Oips.
that. Yeah.
All right, let me move on to something else. You had mentioned your mustard, Nick.
Yes.
You may want to try that on watermelon. It's the latest thing that people have been sampling. Lizzo kind of made a big deal about it on TikTok. So she had she made a video of her doing some funny TikTok things where there's some edits and all of a sudden the watermelon appears and so on.
So this to me, Preston, seems like the old thing of putting salt on watermelon.
Yeah, I grew up putting salt on watermelon. I don't do it anymore.
Yeah.
But they had said it was to bring out the sweetness by adding the salt. And
I heard that on cantaloupe.
Yeah,
Honeydew.
Yes,
Oh,
we-
yeah.
same
Do the
thing. Same thing, kids.
Yep.
Yeah, and I like them.
Any melon will do.
So here's the thing.
Doesn't matter if it's a cantaloupe or a honeydew or a cassava. Any melon covered in salt will bring out the sweetness of the savory. Living together on one melon the way we should all live together.
Now people are trying mustard.
Now they're trying mustard just like Lizzo.
Yeah, so, but the jury's out on whether she thought it was good or not. So she had called it, is it bussin' or disgusting?
Is it bussin' or disgusting?
But she never really,
Is it bussin' or disgusting?
in this video, said whether it was bussin' or disgusting. So
No, she doesn't. And I think so. The common thing of like sea salt and caramel.
Yes.
So to me, that does work. And some things that I thought would never work do work. I don't know about the watermelon and the mustard. It just seems to be too combating.
Yep.
I'm tying it into the previous conversation. We used to do mustard on pizza.
Okay. I can see that.
Why did
I
you
don't
do
know.
that?
I'm not sure. Somebody.
Ranch dressing, Kathy.
Ew, no. That's just
You
for
said,
the,
"Ooh, no,"
that's
but
for
you
the
put-
crust, right? Or the whole pizza.
You can do the whole pizza.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
should-
I know.
we
I
should've
said
gotten
ew, no,
watermelon.
yet I put mustard on pizza. Sorry.
We should have taste tested this.
Casey, when's the last time you've had ranch dressing on pizza?
It's been a while.
been a while?
At least like 2 or 3 days.
Okay.
Do we have something that could approximate a melon and put some mustard on it?
Wait, I might. Let me see if I have.
Do you keep a melon in your desk drawer?
I might have
Kathy
watermelon.
brings a ton of fruit every day, remember?
Oh,
She brings
can we
a
try
giant
that?
fruit salad.
Yes.
Go see if you have watermelon.
Yummy, yummy.
We'll try it.
Let's get it.
I'm sure
Kathy rises to the challenge.
there's got to be mustard in the fridge.
Yes.
Connor, can you go look in the fridge and see if there's any mustard?
Let's try it.
Or Marissa's already on her way. But yeah, I got to believe no matter what, it's not good. And this is just a thing that people have done to make you eat mustard on
Preston,
watermelon. Here, try this.
People are eating Tide Pods, so you have to take everything with a grain of salt.
Here's a text. Somebody says, my husband always puts pepper on his cantaloupe.
What?
Interesting.
What, in prison?
No.
Oh.
But I've had, you know what? I've had fruit in salads before, and you put pepper. Like, there's strawberry salads and things like that.
Do you know what I
Pepper
do?
on that.
So, and it's a weird. So, Honey Grow, I do the like a sesame noodle. Whatever they call it. It's a salad, I guess it is.
Okay.
But pineapple in that. So something, pineapple and sesame and a sesame sauce work together really well.
I could see that work. Sometimes when you have like a teriyaki dish.
Yes,
there'll be
exactly.
pineapple in that.
That's the same thing.
Sesame oil usually in that. So that'll play along.
It's great.
Let's see if Kathy is.
Chef for melons. Where's Kathy's melons?
Hang on. Here we go.
They're usually on display.
I mean that in a non-sexual way. And the way she has a 44-pound.
We got it.
We do.
So you got watermelon. So we can try this. Should I just hold off until we get
Hold
this?
off.
All right. Because
Hold.
now we're in Braveheart.
Braveheart. Yeah, there we go. I got you.
Freedom! Do you want to live in chains or do you want to live with salt on your watermelon? Ah!
Mustard!
My God.
It's a Friday.
It is a Friday. Isn't it?
I know. Wow.
Well, now I want to go watch Braveheart.
I think they actually
They're making love.
They're pounding the actual mustard seeds right
Pounding
now.
the mustard seeds, pounding them out. 1 mustard seed, 2 mustard seeds.
Slapping them down.
Slapping them down, slap at the base.
Now we've gone to I Love You Man.
Yes.
All right.
Here we go.
Wow, they eat plates and
I don't want it. I don't want to have
I will try it.
You don't want to, oh, yes.
I'm chewing tobacco, so I'm just trying to be healthy, guys.
Thank you, Marissa. That's
I
very
don't want to sully the taste of the tobacco.
All right, so we each have a small piece of watermelon, and we have a little dollop of a mustard.
Do a dollop.
Is this regular yellow mustard, Marissa? All right.
Wait. Don't
What?
do it. Oh, I want to do a countdown. I want to get everybody ready.
Okay.
Oh, we're all going to do it at the same time?
Yes, just like they do in a temple.
I'm going first. I'm sorry. You guys, hang on. That way I can talk while you guys are chewing, all right?
All right.
And 3.
1, 2, 3.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, you're not a fan? All right.
That's horrible. There's nothing appealing. Animals, Eric Burden, 93.3, WMMR, back to school A to Z. We're in these. The House of the Rising Sun, of course. We've got a lot of wonderful songs coming up that start with the word the.
And we're going to roll them all out here for you. In fact, there's no way Sarah's going to get to all these. Well, maybe. Well, it's hard to say. But, I mean, every great band is represented, so you're going to love it. All right, we move on to, what are we doing here? Oh, lesson question. Nick, could you ask a question for lesson question today?
You want an early one or a late one?
You choose. By the way, the prize is going to be a $50 Rita's gift card that we will give away. So whatever tickles your fancy or tickles whatever.
All right. Mark Dickey was recently in Turkey and was recovering after being rescued from a cave. After he finally made it out of that cave, what were his first 2 words?
Wow.
Mark Dickey was recently in Turkey and was recovering after being rescued from that cave. After he finally made it out of the cave, what were his first 2 words?
All right, I remember that. 215-263-WMMR. If you were listening and you know, then you should call because we can set you up with the prize if you get it right. We'll do the trash while you're calling in.
The trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Tis brought to you by New Jersey Transit, reminding you that we all need to work together to keep our transit system safe. Report suspicious activity to 1-888-TIPS-NJT, or you can text your report to NJTPD. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Robin Thicke was seen drunkenly stumbling into a potted plant outside the Flora Room in West Hollywood. Thicke immediately apologized to the plant, saying he thought it was leafing.
Oh, my God.
All right. Sylvester Stallone was actually granted an audience with Pope Francis while vacationing in Rome with his family. Stallone's relationship had long been strained with the Vatican after the church attempted to excommunicate him for Rhinestone.
My daughter?
And my daughters. Christy Brinkley's ex-husband, 64-year-old Peter Cook, eloped with his 24-year-old girlfriend, Alba Janku, in Capri, Italy over the weekend. Cook says the 40-year age difference is not an issue because Janku has a 24-year-old vagina. Oh. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
My daughters?
All right, let's see if we...
My brother.
Let's see if we can get an answer. Nick, if you could phrase that question one more time, please.
Mark Dickey was recently in Turkey and is recovering after being rescued from a cave. After he finally made it out of that cave, what were his first 2 words?
All right, we will go to Brian and see if he happens to know. Hey, Brian, morning.
Good morning to see you.
Good morning, it. All right, Brian, what were the 2 words he said when he came out of the cave?
My wallet.
My wallet, yes. Hang on, Brian. For your wallet, we have a $50 Rita's gift card, and you can head to Rita's for a fall pick-me-up with a frozen coffee with fun fall flavors like pumpkin, mocha, and cold brew only at Rita's, and that is for a limited time.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you by Family and Company Jewelers. Planning on getting engaged? Then go see Angelo and the team at Family and Company Jewelers. Get her the perfect engagement ring, a ring from Family and Company, South Jersey's diamond destination. I'm going to start with news about the Barbecue, the Preston and Steve Show side stage, and live band karaoke with Sidearm. We have our 10 performers that we announced this morning. So I will mention them. And we have a little bit more time so we can actually hear. I didn't get to play any of the singers' voices.
It was tough because there's really a lot of talented singers out there.
So thank you for voting. We do appreciate that. And we'll start with the first one, who was Samantha Hutchins from Del Rand. So here's a little bit of Samantha and her submission.
Florence and the Machine.
Love this song. And recorded to perfection.
Yeah, so that is Samantha. So she will be on stage. So will L.J. Hall, who's from Philadelphia. Here's a little of L.J.
Nice. He's 16 years old.
Nice. All right, so that's L.J. Hall. Next up, we had announced Rachel Carpo, who is from West Deptford, and here's a little slice of Rachel.
Great song.
Great singer.
Great you.
Great Scott.
Great us, everyone. All right, Rachel Carpo. And then we have Alistair Vickler from Norristown. Here's a clip of Alistair. Alistair will be on stage at the MMRBQ, as will Christine Valenti Donnie from Essington. She's doing karaoke, so that's the other people in the crowd that are singing the other part.
That's great.
So that is Christine. And then from Pottstown, we have Derek Pataccio. And here's a clip of Derek. Nice. All right. There's going to be 10 singers altogether. Amongst them will also be David Murray, who is from Downingtown.
Nice.
By the way, Steve, he was doing this in a Batman tank top.
Yeah, and tons of Batman memorabilia.
So that's David Murray from Downingtown. And then Victoria Mappy, who is from Sicklerville, will be on stage.
I need late night head rush, A-side royal flush, red velvet orange crush. You just don't impress me much. What? Bossy double cup spread, open up inside your head. Black cherry paradise, have the sugar twice the spice. I don't want to treat you nice. Come on, baby, roll the dice. 6 whole hours and 5 long days.
Somebody singing along with her, obviously.
Their fiance.
All right. And then we have Sammy Vile, who is from Delco in Springfield. And then the final person that was announced was Chris Fancher from Philadelphia. And here's a clip of Chris.
Yeah, gives a smile when the pain comes. They ain't gonna make everything all right. Says she talks to angels.
So that's Chris.
What I really loved about Chris, because I watched a bunch of these as well, is so Chris is singing, she talks to angels, and he's in a room that's kind of like, I assume
Buffalo
it's,
Wild Wing?
well, no, but I assume it's like a karaoke, but he was singing so well that people come walking up the steps just like, who is that singing? Like, what is that? Yeah.
Yeah, so some of these submissions were at karaoke bars, and some were as they're playing with their own bands or just at home, tinkering around.
Thanks to everyone who voted, because there's a lot to look through, but it's very cool.
And thanks to everybody who submitted, because we had, I think, over 60 people who had submitted. We have a list of all the winners at PrestonandSteve.com.
And please remember, this is year 2. That means we're going to be keep on doing it because it's so much fun.
Yep.
And your opportunity may come up again.
Absolutely. So please do that. And don't forget, not only on the side stage of the MMRBQ, which is this Saturday, by the way, and the weather looks fantastic, our buddy Don McCloskey is going to be doing a set on that side stage. We're excited.
And he's apparently Nick, you were saying that he's thrilled.
Got a nice note from Don and his buddy Brian Master this morning, and they're really, really excited to be at MMRBQ this year.
Get your tickets now. Come and join us this Saturday. Aerosmith postponed several shows on their North American Farewell Tour because Steven Tyler suffered vocal cord damage. I posted on late Monday on social media, I'm heartbroken to say that I have received strict doctor's orders not to sing for the next 30 days. He went on to say that he had sustained vocal cord damage during Saturday's show.
You can hear it.
It led to subsequent
right.
bleeding. So concerts in Chicago, Detroit, Washington, Toronto, Raleigh, and Cleveland are the ones affected. Aerosmith's next show is set for October 11th in Tampa. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers' 2010 album Mojo is set for reissue on October 20th. For a limited time, the LP will be available in translucent ruby red vinyl. The album was recorded live in Los Angeles at the band's legendary rehearsal space, the Clubhouse. Debuted at number 2 on the Billboard Top 200 chart. It was the band's 12th studio album. The release of October 20th is on what would have been Tom Petty's 73rd birthday.
Wow.
And Goo Goo Dolls will release the recording of their CMJ Music Marathon performance live at the Academy from 1995. Along with it, on the eve of that New York appearance, they delivered a stripped-down soundcheck performance, and it became the first time the trio had ever recorded a live show.
It's also the first time they ever performed Space People.
They come from space, no, they don't come from here. These are the space people.
The release date will be October 20th. And Skid Row canceled their concert on Sunday night in Lynn, Massachusetts due to a band member's illness. There's been a lot of that going on. Details of who was sick or the seriousness of their illness were not revealed. In a press statement, and the band said they are working with the venue to reschedule. And then finally, earlier, Steve, you were asking about MMRBQ and some numbers, not MMRBQ, about the back to school A to Z.
Right.
I have the top 10 most represented bands in the back to school A to Z.
Interesting, because we were asking if the songs beginning with "the" were the most represented, but the artists, I certainly want to hear this.
Yep. So number 10.
Number 10.
A little loud.
Number 10 is Aerosmith.
Right.
Number 9. Is is The Who. Number 8, The Beatles. I thought they would have been higher up.
Yeah.
Number 7. So we have 30 Aerosmith songs, 31 from The Who, 34 from The Beatles. Metallica is next with 36.
That's pretty wild.
Foo Fighters is number 6 with 36.
And
Number 6.
it also can just, whatever band titles their songs with the widest array of letters.
And then you have number 5 is U2 with 39 songs.
It's an honor to be part of the Back to School A to Z, and just to be in the top 10 is a tribute to the band and the other musicians who know how to use letters in the titles of their songs.
Also,
I just wanted to say that.
I gotcha. Number 4.
Number 4
is
it was very loud.
Is Pearl Jam. They have 40 songs in the back to school A to Z. Third,
Just want to say it's an honor to be in the top 5 of the Back to School A to Z, and beating up Bono means the world to us.
Number 3 is Led Zeppelin with 44 songs. Number 2 is Van Halen.
Wow.
With 47 songs. I know, I was kind of surprised at that, too.
Yes, absolutely.
And number 1, eclipsing them all with 54 songs, the Rolling Stones.
Oh, that makes
Yeah.
perfect sense. Why, I saw you kind of looking in the back of your head there, Nick.
Yeah, I was
were you thinking something else?
I was thinking the Foo Fighters.
You can look at the back of your head?
Yes.
I already said Foo Fighters, they were 6th.
Yeah, I knew that.
Okay.
Yeah. I thought
And
they,
in fact, they were numbered 6, I think.
They were?
weren't
Wait, no,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, they were.
Number 6.
Yeah.
I know we heard
I thought they were
Just wanna
10.
See, that's annoying.
You thought they were 10?
Number 10.
I thought it was one of my daughters.
Oh, I'm not ready
This
for
is
that.
my
Okay.
daughter.
Yeah, okay, don't worry about it.
I'm ready
then.
for number 17, though.
Number 17.
Now that's a more involved
That's
harmony.
higher. Yeah. That's much more elaborate.
Yeah.
It worked on that one.
Okay.
Can we try that?
You're
Number 17.
Your Poplesy. I want you to hear this number 17 played.
Number
17. I think Kathy's got to take the high parts. Press, you take the low parts.
That's not going to happen.
Number 17.
Want to try, Case?
17.
Ready? 3, 2, 1.
I don't even know where.
Number
I don't even know.
17.
I think we should all do it.
I think we should all do it.
All right.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, go. Number 17.
That was oh my God, it was
That was a
beautiful.
disgrace.
Is that the Eagles that I was just listening to right there?
Number 17.
You know, we've not gone anywhere near for fear because it was so perfect. Our Safe Light Repair It was a moment in time. No, I think we've done it.
No.
It's like, did Orson Welles go, let's do another Citizen Kane?
Yeah.
No,
But
don't do
you
it.
guys did merci beaucoup, merci your face.
Yeah.
And it turned out so nicely. All right.
All right, let's try it again.
It's 10:45. We need to stop.
It's 10:45.
All right, just you and me.
What are we doing?
We're like,
Wait, are we doing merci beaucoup?
Just say
or are we-
10:45.
Oh, 10:45.
And just 10:45. Are ready? All right, ready? Here we go. 3, 2, 1. 10:45.
Oh, you guys let him hang in there.
No, just he and I. are doing
Casey
it.
can't get
He
it out.
can't even do it.
3, 2, 1. 10:45.
That was like my Pee Wee Herman.
That was
Terrific.
wonderful.
Yeah,
beautiful.
worth the
It was
wait.
totally worth it. Wait, should I grab the guitar?
No.
Okay.
We're done.
We're all done.
I need you to stop talking and listen.
I need you to stop talking and listen. We have more numbers to sing.
They should blast our
Literal numbers.
They should blast our show where the prisoner is. He'll come running.
Yes.
I give up.
He'll be like,
Just,
I'm coming.
we just repeat number 17 over and over.
17.
He'll actually crawl out of the
His
woods.
mother wouldn't get him out, but
No. Yeah. All right.
Back in prison.
We're taking a break. We're coming back in a moment. We'll have another song from these Back to School A to Z, and then we will wrap up the program. Stay with us. Not in the slightest.
Well, maybe it was the mustard. Get different mustard.
No.
No?
No. It doesn't belong on watermelon. Kathy?
I do love mustard, though.
I don't mind
And
it.
I love watermelon.
I think it's two separate things that I like,
I
but
agree.
I don't have the reaction that you have that it was disgusting.
I think it has to be marketed as two great tastes that are horrible together.
There you go.
Wait, didn't your son make you like a peanut butter and tuna fish sandwich once because he knew that you liked both?
No, it was Gadzooks ice cream and shrimp. They were two of his favorite things, and he said they must taste great together. I let him learn that one on his own.
Oh, my God.
You know what? Okay, I'm going to bring this up because I don't know when I'll have another opportunity to do so, but Stevie sent me
Okay,
this.
fancy boy.
You sent me this article about the best brownies in Philly. And it's essentially just a list, and it's huge.
There's about 50 of them.
It's way too big to go through.
We are in the best of times when it comes to brownies in Philadelphia.
Yeah, what I didn't know is how many places are known for their brownies. And there's a lot of them. So there's Cake Life Bake Shop, Second Daughter Baking Company, Franklin Fountain, Dolce, Crust Vegan Bakery,
I
the
love
Frosted Fox Cake Shop. What's that, Kath? What do you love?
Franklin Fountain.
Yeah, but you got to make sure you're either A, ready to wait in line, or B, get there
Yeah.
at a time where there's not a
Yeah.
line, because it's really popular. It's fantastic. It's so good. You guys ever been? It's right on.
I have not, no.
It's on Market, and it's great. It's really.
Is it a bakery?
It's like an ice cream shop, like an old timey ice cream shop.
yeah.
Yeah, and so you go in and they have really good ice cream and really good dessert treats. So it's worth it. It's just not cheap, and you got to wait.
Nick, a friend of mine did her wedding pictures there.
Oh yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, it was cute.
It's a cool spot.
All right. Cookie or brownie?
Cookie.
Oh.
Man.
I used to be brownie, but I feel like now I would do a cookie.
Okay.
I'd do a cookie.
If I saw them sitting out, I would go for a brownie anytime.
Yeah?
Really? Yeah.
I think I might go brownie.
Wow. Okay.
Because I do the chocolate chip cookie is my favorite. However, a well-made brownie. Also there's a company that actually of the companies that do mail order brownies. Fairy Tale Brownies is a great company. If you've ever used them, they have their top level brownies. But yeah, that's neck and neck. Brownies
All
are
right.
sensational.
Brownie or cupcake?
Brownie.
Brownie.
Yeah, I'd go with brownie. For your cupcake?
Cupcake.
Okay.
The thing with the brownies, though, I feel like, and I don't know if it's like as I age, my sense of taste gets even more sensitive. I don't know. But like, I feel like if it's not super well made, I can taste like the mix
Really?
instead of, yeah.
See, after you get a hysterectomy, that goes away.
Stop. I hate you.
I remember seeing the history of brownies and why they were created, and it was I forgot the name of the place, but it was so that people could, I think, take them to the beach or something like that.
Seriously?
And so the brownie has a thicker consistency than a piece of cake. Like the cake would be too crumbly and fall apart.
It's more cohesive.
And yeah, so there's a little more goo to
Yeah.
it. In case if you want to
Right.
have fun with that.
Goo.
It's
I
need that. I need that sound clip from Billy Madison.
Madison, yeah.
When he notices a kid peed his pants.
The The thing about a brownie for me is that the cookie is a little more pedestrian, right? Like a cookie is sort of an everyday dessert, whereas the brownie
All
is
right, fancy boy.
right? Yeah, I feel like a little bit of a fancy boy.
You're too good for
Like it's
Philly.
special?
A fancy Nancy, if you will. When a brownie shows up, I'm like, look at that little treat.
Look at Nick with his little waistcoat.
Thank you.
No, I understand that. I think though that they're easy to make. Brownies,
right?
Brownies are easy to make. Brownies are super easy to make. They're just as easy as cookies. I'm standing firm on this. Cookies are far superior than brownies. Far superior.
Oh,
and there's a reason why there's more of them, and it's more because they're better. They're just better. And it's not. Hey, it's not to say that brownies aren't good. They're good. They're just not as good as cookies.
I think they need more of them to make up for the fact that they're not as good as brownies. They say, hey, we have diluted the market with this product, and we're going to try to catch up to the brownie, the brownie people.
I think the tough part about, and the reason there are more cookies is because, and if you're talking like when you go to the grocery store, cookies are more rigid. They're easier to package. You can put more of them together.
Yes.
Brownies can kind of. There's a shelf life on them. Some cookies can last for a while.
Brownies don't have that luxury.
No,
and even if you do the brownie bites, which I think are sensational, brownie bites do have that preservative taste to them.
Let me ask you a question. Why do brownies have to be as thick as they are? You can kind of cut them in half first, right? Before you cut them into their little squares and stuff like that, you could essentially cut the tops and the bottoms
like a piece of brownie cake.
Yeah.
You can do whatever you want with your damn brownie.
Yeah. I don't know. Make thinner brownies.
Yeah.
At your home when you make them.
Yeah, our brownies are usually pretty thin anyway.
Yeah. Okay. You okay? You all right?
I'm fine.
Everything good?
You guys, Steve.
What?
You cut me deep here, man.
How did I cut you deep?
Because you went with brownies over cookies, and I thought I knew
He feels betrayed.
I thought I knew.
I love chocolate chip cookies, but if I have if there is listen, they're right neck and neck, but I do love a damn good brownie. But chocolate chip, they're
it's like Godfather 1 or 2, Steve.
Yeah, it changes from time.
Goes from time to time.
Absolutely.
You lean one way or the other.
All right.
Goo! All right.
There it is.
Now he's got it.
I got it.
There's more goo in a brownie. All right. By the way, Steve, this list of brownie places, what's the
I was saying the Inquirer.
The Inquirer.
Yeah.
Okay. So
the
you can
Inky.
You can go on and find a list of great brownies, if you will, if you check the Inquirer's website. All right. What?
What?
Okay.
Oh,
let me go to Mario. I was going to wrap up there. Hey, Mario. Good morning.
Oh, he put on his glasses. He can't see without.
Exactly.
What's up, dude? Casey wanted me to talk to you.
Hey, I really appreciate it. Hey, cookies are way far superior than brownies. You can eat so many more of them. There's different kinds of textures. There's only so many things you can put in a brownie.
You don't need to. It's perfect.
I'll tell you what the deal is, Mario. It's when you see a plate of freshly made brownies and freshly made cookies, you know you're more likely to encounter freshly made chocolate chip cookies. At least I am. But a brownie is like, oh, we don't get brownies a lot. I'm going to go for that first.
Look what showed up.
Right.
Yeah.
I will agree with that. I will agree that it will be like a special little treat. But I will also say that if there's a freshly made plate of cookies or brownies in front of me, I'm going for them cookies first.
So I'm going for the brownies because I don't know when I'll get another shot at those brownies.
That's right.
That makes sense.
Carpe diem, man.
Carpe diem.
Yeah.
I appreciate you coming to the phone call. I just want to say I'm a cookie lover.
All right, Mario.
I mean, you can enhance a
You're not
brownie
wrong.
by putting a cookie in it. You can enhance a cookie by putting a brownie in it.
No, you absolutely can.
No,
I've had brownie cookies.
Yeah.
I don't even know
you've
what
had
that
cookie
means.
brownies.
Putting a brownie in a cookie?
Yeah, you don't do that.
But I've never heard of putting a cookie in a brownie.
You've never heard of a blondie, bro?
No. Well, you know what? I have heard of a blondie. I just didn't know what that was.
It's cookie brownie.
Okay. It's good. It's cookie brownie. A man who purchased Gwyneth Paltrow's viral "This Smells Like My Vagina" candle from Goop says it exploded and he's filing a class action lawsuit.
Candles do sometimes explode. You've had stories about that, right? Have you ever had one explode, Kathy? Or at least I had one like pop and melt immediately.
Oh, okay. So no, like I've seen you. No, I don't burn candles in my house. But I've seen it burn all the way to the bottom, and like there's just a little bit. It's just liquid at that point, and then it shatters the glass.
Okay. Well, this splattered vagina all over the walls.
Vagina, fight to the morning mass. This vagina falling, crashing, vagina falling to the ground.
Oh, they had a reporter on the scene.
Vagina catastrophes I've ever seen. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I can't compose myself. There's vagina everywhere. People trapped into huge labia. It's disgusting and a mess. It looks like deli meat strewn across the field here in Vegas, New Jersey.
Hair all over the place, and yeah.
There we go.
Milestones, and the impression that I get, because the is where we are in the back school A to Z. Obviously, the letter T. And things are going smooth sailing. Wonderful music, great time for sure. Everything you need to know about that A to Z is available at WMMR.com, including the songs that we play as we play them for the most part. So if you heard something a little while ago, a couple hours ago, you're wondering what it was, or you need to remind yourself what it was, or you want a list of those things, go back and check it out anytime. That's what it's there for. It is 10:54, wrapping up the program. It's been a busy one today. Thank you very much to Craig Gass for stopping by. Craig is hilarious, man.
Terrific.
You can go see him at Oceans at Resorts Casino in Atlantic City Friday and Saturday. There's one show on Friday, 2 shows on Saturday. He's awesome. And so was Bertie Gregory.
Yes.
Who is with Nat Geo and Disney. There is a 6-part series called Animals Up Close with Bertie Gregory, and it is available tomorrow on Disney Plus. And then Eddie Izzard was on the show, who was wonderful. And Eddie is performing at the Kimmel Cultural Campus on the 14th and 15th this week. So a lot of stuff going on. And thank you as well to our friends at Duncan for giving us the Eagles tickets. Yeah. It's pretty awesome. Today is Tuesday. That means Tat Tuesday. We got to give away our gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. And our winner is Stella Hagley. From Phoenixville. And Stella gets a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. And you can check them out at 1729 South Street in Philly, or artwork samples are available at floatingworldtattoos.com or on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos. So that's awesome. Congratulations.
Stella!
Jackie Bam Bam is here.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
Hello.
Nice to see you, sir.
I'm back. Good to see everybody. It's going to be a great week.
So you're filling in the rest of the week for Pierre.
Yeah, I'm going to be eclipsing everybody.
Eclipsing.
I don't get it.
Press spit it out earlier.
Oh, okay.
Didn't you hear that?
You said a word.
Eclipsing.
You said eclipsing.
Did I say eclipsing?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know I said that. Wow.
Yeah.
Nice. How have you been, man?
I've been on vacation.
Yeah.
What's that word? I got one.
Is today your first day back?
It is, yeah.
Really? Oh, where'd you go? You usually like to go fishing.
You know what? I went to a couple record stores. I went fishing. I was in the water, though, believe it or not. I was down there without Casey Boy and Chuck, but I was in Avalon, went to the Ocean City Boardwalk.
Oh, nice.
Was it yesterday? No, Sunday, Grandparents' Day. I love this. I went to a nursing home with the Uptown String Band in Mount Laura. I wanted to mention the Arbor Terrace. And the elderly community just, their hearts were glowing for Grandparents' Day. I had a great week.
Oh, excellent, man. All right, well, why don't we get the letter of the day, and then we'll find out what you're up to, okay?
I am ready.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, and the Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter.
The letter A is in across the universe we shall go again, Casey Boy.
All right, the letter A, and we have $500 from the Bagster to give away. The Bagster is the most convenient and affordable way to help with your home cleanup. Buy it at any home improvement store, fill it, and then simply schedule your collection. And it's gone. Clean it up with the Bagster.
No, the Bagster.
Dumpster in a bag. So what are you doing today, dude?
Well, wherever you leave me is where I'm going to start. We're in the letter T, right? Brent yesterday hit it. I wrote in my notes here in the 4 o'clock hour. Kubi hit the subcategories in the 8 p.m., and I think we're going to stay there all afternoon.
Nice.
Yeah, a lot of songs.
You got anything to give away on your show? Do you know?
I do not. We are empty in the prize coffin, but it's okay.
Yeah. You got great music that you're giving away today.
It's all about it.
All right, let me thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by Duncan. Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by Meineke for tires, brakes, batteries, exhaust systems, and more. Meineke, doing car care right. Tomorrow on our program, we will have, it's Wednesday, so Fox Good Day and Secret Text, where we'll do that. And then Anthony Franzo, who's a contestant on Buddy Games.
Yes. The show coming up on CBS.
Okay, so we'll talk to Anthony tomorrow and see what else we can get
He's
into.
a local and a fan of the show, apparently.
That's it. We are done. Rage on. Have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve.
Thank you.